It's hard to truly appreciate the things we have in life. The fact that right here, right now, we can be here to talk about video games and their impact on us is not lost on me. Playing these games, recording, and writing my thoughts on them has been a dream of mine since I was a child. It's a passion to create, to visualize, to realize the scope of what's profoundly impacted my life for so many years. The people I've met, the friends I've made, and the experiences I've had through video games have been unforgettable. But none of this would be possible without those games. Everyone has their favorites, but we owe it all to a select few video games that, even today, hold a dubious honor within the industry. The best of the best, the games that, if there was a physical Hall of Fame for them, would be included on the first ballot for their contributions both in popularity and innovations. Pong, Super Mario Bros., Tetris, Street Fighter II, and the game we'll be talking about today, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
My relationship with this game can only be described as complicated. Growing up after the game came out, I and the games that I loved were constantly in this game's shadow. Constant comparisons, often negatively towards games I was playing, to the masterpiece that was Ocarina of Time. It led to me disliking and even selling the game well short of how great it really was. But as I got older, matured, and mellowed out, Ocarina of Time was a game I went from disliking to tolerating to respecting and now adoring. It's not my favorite Zelda by any means, but what this game did for the industry and myself as an individual cannot be overstated. Like A Link to the Past before it, it's a game that taught us many lessons we still use in the industry today. I want to use this video today to explore not only those lessons, but how easy it can be to not realize where they came from, and how important it is to appreciate them. This may be one of the most talked about video games of all time, but that's for damn good reason. Without further ado, this is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Video games as a medium and art form have evolved significantly throughout the years. The first games in the 1970s were primitive by today's standards, but introduced so many basic concepts that further generations would learn from. Some to iterate on, and some not so much. The 1980s saw the evolution and perfection of the 8-bit video game. In a single decade, we went from the primitive yet arcadey fun of Space Invaders to the vast and expansive Super Mario Bros. 3. The 1990s were a decade defined by competition in the industry, split up between the early and latter halves of said decade. Several companies were now competing with the top dog Nintendo, most famously Sega with its Genesis Does What Nintendo Don't campaign. The 16-bit era in the early 90s saw Nintendo come out on top, but not without significant scars to show for it. The SNES didn't manage to outsell the NES despite its popularity, and the most damaging on the consumer end was the Japanese economic recession occurring at the time. In an effort to combat this, Nintendo tried to extend the shelf life of the SNES through a CD-based add-on to the console. This CD-based add-on was a joint effort between Nintendo and another major Japanese company. Said company was already assisting Nintendo with the SNES by supplying chips for the system, and this collaboration only made sense to further strengthen their relationship. But as things progressed, Nintendo realized that the company's involvement in the add-on would end up harming their control over the video game market, and risk giving up more ground than they already had in the early 90s to the upstart Sega. In what can only be described as one of the greatest divergent points in entertainment history, Nintendo opted to renege on the plans for the CD-based add-on, despite years of research, development, and even public announcements being made of its existence. Their partner company, understandably incensed by the rebuking, opted to turn this extremely sour situation into the sweetest lemonade. Sony, would debut the PlayStation to the world in 1994, and gaming was never quite the same. Nintendo losing Sony as a partner was a massive blow for several reasons, perhaps the most major being Sony's decision to use the CD add-on as the basis for their PlayStation. This meant that games on the system had significantly higher data storage capacities to the cartridges on Nintendo's SNES. While the speed of cartridges was unmatched compared to CDs, said speed wouldn't matter to consumers in the face of the main selling point of the PlayStation: 3D graphics. The PlayStation's launch in 1994 came at the perfect time for Sony. The gaming public was hungry for more power, as evidenced by the previous surge of the Sega Genesis and other competing systems like the Neo Geo and 32-bit Sega Saturn. While 3D-capable systems did exist like the Atari Jaguar and 3DO, they were either too poorly designed or ridiculously expensive. It was a tumultuous time for Nintendo, who were watching their hold on the industry slip rapidly despite their best efforts. Nintendo turned to another company, Silicon Graphics Incorporated, to help them develop the much-needed successor to the SNES. At Nintendo's 1993 Space World event, the public announcement was made for Project Reality, with an intended release date of 1995. 1 year later, the system was renamed to Ultra 64 and had its first physical showcase. While the controller remained under wraps, the system itself raised eyebrows for good and for ill. It was revealed as the first true 64-bit console, far more powerful than the 32-bit Sega Saturn, PlayStation, and the claimed to be 64-bit but was actually two 32-bit coprocessors stapled together, Atari Jaguar. However, the choice to remain with cartridges on the system caused concern. The PlayStation had been turning heads with their CD-based games and the large amount of content that was offered. Nintendo stuck to their guns, believing the faster loading of cartridges would prove to negate the difference. After numerous delays, one from Christmas 1995 to April 1996 and another to June of 96, the now completed Nintendo 64 released to intense fanfare in Japan, selling out of its initial shipment of 300,000 units in the first day of release. Its later September release in the States proved even more successful, beating PlayStation's first day launch numbers from the year prior by a significant margin. Nintendo once again came ready on launch day with a brand new Mario platformer, the critically acclaimed and beloved Super Mario 64. But unlike the Game Boy, where Zelda wasn't initially planned for it, Mario 64 was developed in tandem with the first ever 3D Legend of Zelda game. Developing two games simultaneously already sounds like a logistical nightmare in the modern day. But for a company that was trying to gain as much ground as possible on upstart competition, it was imperative that these games not only be good, but be truly and unequivocally great. Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time would, in an echo of their first games, share many ideas, but have very different philosophies for their players. Mario 64 was to be a character-focused action game that dedicated a significant amount of its development time to camera control and how the player would interact with Mario, while Ocarina of Time wanted to be a slower-paced and cinematic experience that showed off the world of Hyrule to the player. While both games were under a lot of pressure to succeed, Mario 64 managed to release with the launch of the Nintendo 64 to critical acclaim thanks to the tireless work of around 20 staffers, including Shigeru Miyamoto in the director's chair. It was and still remains a monumental success, both for the Mario series and video games as a whole. While many could argue that the game hasn't aged gracefully compared to later counterparts, the game's control and design was so ahead of its time that people are still playing and perfecting the game to this day through speedruns, ports, decompilations, and mods. The fanbase and success of Mario 64 perfectly teed up its younger brother for massive success. But of course, things couldn't be so easy for Zelda or Nintendo. Despite the meteoric launch of the system, the Nintendo 64 proved unable to keep up with Sony's PlayStation. Being the new kid on the block meant companies were able to strike not only better deals for themselves to publish on Sony's console, but thanks to the space discs offered, this meant games could be bigger and better than ever with lesser costs thanks to the ease of publishing on discs. This resulted in developers and publishers leaving Nintendo left and right, including some major players like Capcom, Namco, and Squaresoft. Square was especially devastating, as their RPGs for the NES and SNES had particularly been lauded as some of the best of their generation, and were bona fide system sellers in their own right. They had even made a tech demo using N64 hardware, but ran into significant memory and frame rate issues, which resulted in them canceling all future games on Nintendo hardware and moving them to the PlayStation. Nintendo did attempt to alleviate the bleeding of talent through an add-on to the Nintendo 64 called the 64 Disk Drive, or DD, which would have included internet connectivity and rewritable floppy disks. If you're wondering why you haven't heard of this machine before, that's because it was a complete and utter failure. Firstly, it was intended to release in 1997, with Ocarina of Time being its flagship title, but faced numerous delays to the point where it resulted in Nintendo canceling their 1998 trade show Space World because they had so little to show for it. When it finally did release in December of 1999 in Japan, it performed so poorly only 10 games managed to release for the peripheral, and it remained a Japanese exclusive product until its discontinuation in February 2001. For Ocarina of Time, the DD's failure meant it was also going to suffer a delay as it was moved from the disc format to the N64 standard cartridge format. This was a massive blow to Nintendo, who all but surrendered the 1997 holiday season to PlayStation and Squaresoft's North American release of Final Fantasy VII. The delay of Ocarina meant even more pressure for the staff working on it, to both succeed the incredibly successful Link to the Past and help bring excitement back for the Nintendo 64 versus increasingly popular competition. With so much riding on the title, Nintendo pulled out all the stops to ensure its quality. While Shigeru Miyamoto may not be credited as the director, he was in charge of a myriad of teams, so much so that the game has 5 credited directors. Script director Toru Osawa, game system directors Yoichi Yamada and Eiji Aonuma, 3D system director Yoshiaki Koizumi, and program director Toshio Iwawaki. Takashi Tezuka acted as a supervisor on the project, and Koji Kondo was back in the composer's chair. While some of these men were working on their first Zelda titles, like Toru Osawa and Eiji Aonuma, others like Yoichi Yamada and Toshio Iwawaki were familiar with the series, meaning a mix of seasoned and fresh perspectives could meld together seamlessly to help form Ocarina of Time. It would become Nintendo's largest game of all time, initially targeting 16 megabyte cartridges, but eventually needing to be doubled to 32, and barely fitting on that. With so much riding on the game, Nintendo put $10 million into the marketing campaign for the game, including an entire issue of their Nintendo Power magazine dedicated to the title, 11,000 movie theaters featuring ads for the game, and even implementing FOMO tactics by encouraging pre-orders for a special gold cartridge of the game. Despite all of the setbacks, all of the uncertainty, and being the first 3D title in the series, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time released to universal acclaim, becoming the best-selling Nintendo 64 game of 1998, winning numerous Game of the Year awards, becoming the highest-rated game on Metacritic in both user and critic scores, and being the highest-selling game in the Zelda series for nearly a decade. To call Ocarina of Time a success is underselling it. To call it a generational title is only scratching the surface. This is, and always will be, a seminal piece of gaming history, the culmination of the 4 games before it, and one of the most iconic pieces of media ever made. But the story of Ocarina of Time doesn't end there. The legacy this game has is immense, both in the larger gaming sphere and the Zelda series as a whole. Especially in the late 90s and early 2000s, you couldn't go 2 feet without seeing people singing this game's praises. For me, a young kid first getting into video games in the mid-2000s, Ocarina of Time was less of a game and more of a concept. The absolute pinnacle of games. So incredible and beyond anything made today that there was no point even trying to surpass it. And let me tell you guys, with my first and favorite Zelda game being Wind Waker, I heard no shortage of it, both online and in person. Ocarina had a better story. Ocarina has a better soundtrack. Ocarina looks better. Ocarina has better puzzles. Ocarina has better characters. Ocarina is better. It drove me crazy. It soured my perspective on the game, so much so, when I finally got my first chance to play it on the Wii Virtual Console, I dismissed it as overrated and overblown. For years, that was my stance on the game. In any discussions with Zelda fans, that would be my hot take. Ocarina of Time was the worst 3D game in the series. Worse than Majora, worse than Twilight Princess, and worse than Skyward Sword. Of course, my own opinions didn't stop Nintendo from eventually re-releasing the game in the summer of 2011 for the fledgling 3DS system, both as a show of the portable console's capabilities and a way to show fans of the original a new, updated look at one of their favorite games of all time. Co-developed by Nintendo and the relatively unknown studio Grezzo, Ocarina of Time 3D does its best to be as accurate to the original game as possible, but of course there are some differences with the evolution of technology and such. For example, some environments that were 2D pre-rendered images in the original game, like Link's house and Castletown, are now fully modeled environments. The game's frame rate was increased from 20 to 30, and the 3DS's gyroscope and stereoscopic 3D allowed for more accurate aiming of items and more immersive views of the world. Ocarina of Time 3D was released to equally universal acclaim, both for how faithful it was to the original title and the updates it brought through the 3DS hardware. While I didn't own a 3DS until Christmas of 2011, the following summer for my birthday, I decided to get Ocarina of Time to have a new Zelda game for my portable system. And while I went into it expecting to be once again disillusioned and disappointed, I found myself truly enjoying my time in Hyrule. What once annoyed me was now charming me. What I formerly found antiquated and benign, I was now finding fresh and invigorating. It was this first playthrough of Ocarina 3D that pushed me to eventually try the original version again. And guess what? I loved it there too. As time marched on and people softened their stances on Wind Waker, I softened and even pivoted my views on Ocarina of Time. A game that once loomed over me with its shadow was now shining a new light, and in turn, helping me further appreciate the games I already loved. This video is going to be a look at both the N64 original and 3DS remake, for the same reasons I covered the multiple versions of Link's Awakening in the previous video. Both versions of Ocarina offer their own pros and cons, and while I can't claim to be an Ocarina of Time superfan, I feel I owe it to this game to properly cover the original game that changed the gaming landscape forever, and the version of the game that reintroduced that experience to a whole new generation of people, including myself. From the very first second of booting the game up, Ocarina of Time is magical. The opening piano notes of the title theme, the galloping sounds of Link riding a horse across the land, and the sun rising over the horizon. This title screen is the opening of so many videos talking about this game on the internet, and for damn good reason. It took everything I had not to open this video on this title screen. Hell, I still use the song because of course I was going to. Koji Kondo once again introduces himself with authority, but unlike A Link to the Past, which was a booming and grand introduction, this piece is slower, more solemn, and thematic of the game that we're about to play. The ocarina is featured heavily in this intro piece. It's the central part of the game, both narratively and in gameplay. The instrument itself acts as a gateway for fans, new and old, to the series. For new fans, it's the first notes of a soon-to-be familiar instrument that will stick in your mind forever. For old fans, the notes being played are the exact notes of the flute's melody from the original Legend of Zelda title. It feels like Kondo is ushering those returning players with a nostalgic memory and saying, yeah, we've come a long way. Now, let's take our first step into a larger world. One evening, deep in the endless forests of Hyrule, a young boy is seen sleeping restlessly. He's dreaming of a swirling storm of chaos, a young woman running away from another towering dark figure, so intimidating, all the boy can do is stare in awed terror. While he dreams, a large tree in the forest, the Great Deku Tree, calls one of the many fairies living in the forest Navi, and tells her two things. The first being that evil has taken root in Hyrule, and that his role as guardian of the forest and its denizens, the Kokiri, is coming to an end. And the second, that Navi is going to become the partner of the sleeping boy in the forest and to bring him to the Great Deku Tree. The youth whose destiny it is to lead Hyrule to the path of justice and truth, Link. As Navi flies away, we get a first-person shot of Navi's flight through the Kokiri forest, which both serves as a technical showcase of their consoles and an establishing shot of the Kokiri and their culture. Unlike other towns in the series, the Kokiri don't live in traditional architecture, instead living with the nature around them and cooperating with it to serve their needs. Navi eventually comes to Link's house and wakes him, and after some light childing, he gets up and leaves his home. Stepping outside, he runs into his close friend Saria, who notices Navi and expresses happiness that Link has finally become a, quote, true Kokiri. When he tries to get to the tree, the bossy bum Mido tries using Link's lack of fairy as an excuse, until he notices Navi floating above him, but he quickly recovers and tells Link that he won't be allowed access until he comes equipped with a sword and shield. And with that goal in mind, our adventure can begin. The opening of Ocarina of Time is a drastic shift from the openings of the initial 4 Zelda games. While the first 2 had optional text crawls and otherwise thrust the player into the action, and the next 2 had opening cutscenes that quickly led into gameplay, Ocarina of Time has over a minute of dialogue and cutscenes that set the stage for the game. While this might sound slow and plodding compared to the intros of the original titles, Ocarina manages to keep things perfectly succinct while introducing players to this new scenario and world. You have to remember that Ocarina of Time was a 3D game, and in 1998, fully 3D adventure games were not standardized yet. In a similar way, the original Zelda on NES set the standards for top-down adventure titles, Ocarina of Time wasn't just setting standards for 3D action-adventure games, it was creating them. There was no blueprint for 3D titles in the mid-90s when this game was being developed, and while there were games like Tomb Raider out on the market at the time, Nintendo's developers were focused solely on what they could do with the Nintendo 64. Considering their limited space with the cartridge, it was important for them to be savvy with the technology, and what better way to show off a cinematic experience that couldn't be replicated anywhere else? Real-time cutscenes. If you've ever played a game from the late 90s and early 2000s, you probably remember when a game's graphics shifted pretty dramatically for cutscenes. These cutscenes were pre-rendered video, and they featured prominently on the PlayStation thanks to the memory their discs allowed. Resident Evil and Final Fantasy both popularized them, and allowed the creators to craft deeply cinematic and visually impressive scenes for their stories. However, a common critique of pre-rendered video at the time was the removal of agency from the player. When a game entered a pre-rendered scene, it meant the player could set the controller down and watch things unfold, which goes against the purpose of interactive media. Nintendo, on the other hand, wanted to stick entirely to real-time cutscenes for Ocarina of Time. While this was a challenge for the team in some aspects, in others it allowed for greater flexibility compared to the pre-rendered scenes of their contemporaries. If a scene needed to be worked on in Ocarina of Time, it was all done in-engine and could be changed fairly quickly. Meanwhile, pre-rendered videos took hours to render out short scenes, and more often than not required significant manpower to properly block, script, and produce. There's a reason the technology fell out of favor as the years passed. The Kokiri Forest as a starting area is another great example of what was only possible on the N64. As a tutorial area, this place was dense, layered, and most importantly, communicative. If you don't talk to the NPCs and opt just to explore around, you'll find the sword and shield fairly easily. But if you decide to talk to the NPCs, whether it's for help or for flavor, the game does a good job of steering you in the right direction without holding your hand. A good example is Saria, who tells you she'll wait by your house for when you get back from the Deku tree. When you tell her that Mido prevented that because of your lack of equipment, she tells you that you can buy a shield and that a sword is hidden somewhere in the forest. The layers of Kokiri Forest are also well handled. In A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, there was layering in areas you could climb to, but being in 2D, this meant they were illusions of the game's tiles and maps. Still very cool and revolutionary for the time, but Kokiri Forest's vines, ramps, and bridges to higher platforms teach players movement and ideas they'll be using from now until the end of the game. And if you want to know how I know that, the game breadcrumbs you for doing the most innocuous things. We need 40 rupees to get the shield, so that means a lot of poking around to find money. But guess what? If you go into the shop to admire the shield and sniff around a bit, you can find 5 rupees behind the wall. If you practice the auto jump across this pool of water and make it across without getting wet, you get 5 rupees. If you practice walking on tight spaces across these bridges and make it to the end, you get 5 rupees. If you go into the houses in the village, you can find rupees stashed in treasure chests and throwable pots. Thankfully, no power bracelet required. The game rewards you for being curious and active in your environment, and it makes for an engaging and, most importantly, quick tutorial area. Once you gain the Kokiri sword and shield and show them to Mido, he reluctantly agrees to let you pass. As you meet the Great Deku Tree, he explains to Link that he's aware of his restless dreams and that they're indicative of a rising evil in the land. The tree himself is a victim of this evil, as he has been cursed, and only Link can save him from it. With no hesitation, Link journeys into the Guardian of the Forest, and begins the game's first dungeon. Welcome to the inside of the Deku Tree. From the onset, things are very, very different from the original 2D titles. The dungeon title card that was introduced in Link's Awakening is now accompanied with a cinematic establishing shot of the dungeon, showing the sheer size of the Deku Tree's insides and how minuscule Link is in comparison. The music as well is a vast departure from Link's home and the Kokiri Forest. The carefree and whimsical music of the lush forest is replaced with an ethereal and atmospheric piece. I'll discuss it more as the game goes on, but this game has one of, if not the best atmospheres in the entire Zelda series. And that's saying something, considering this is a series that really manages its atmospheric pressure well. Ocarina of Time, despite the aged graphics, has such a good and timeless art style, and such intelligently crafted music that regardless of how or where you're playing it, the game manages to get the exact emotions out of the player that it aims for. Inside the Deku Tree isn't meant to be scary, but it is meant to create a sense of unease as Link realizes that for the first time in his life, he's without the protection of the Deku Tree. This is his duty and his alone to carry out. Inside the Deku Tree as a dungeon is absolutely perfect. As both a first dungeon of the game as well as a first 3D dungeon in the series, it has the dual responsibility of teaching the 1998 gaming audience as a whole the mechanics and thought process of exploring a 3-dimensional dungeon, as well as being a timeless piece that can function as a basic tutorial for newcomers to Ocarina of Time specifically. It succeeds at both with flying colors. To begin, the dungeon is separated into 5 floors. The first floor is where you enter and will immediately notice a giant spider web central to the room we're in. Standing on it shows the web slightly give under our weight, but there doesn't appear to be anything we can do to it at the moment. So, just like in the Kokiri Forest, the best way to progress is by heading up. Doing so will lead to a small branch with a recovery heart on it that we can jump off onto the central web. Landing on the web from here shows players that the web could possibly buckle if they get more height, so our goal is now set. Climbing further shows us the way to the top of the tree, but there are Squaltalas blocking the vines up. Opening the chest at the base of said vines reveals the dungeon map, and this is where the map function becomes its most useful. Just like A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, you can pause the game to look at the rooms you have and haven't been in, as well as spot treasures with the returning compass. But now, with the expanded power of the N64, you can see the room you're in at the bottom of the screen. The compass even gains a new feature. In the overworld, Link's position on the map is indicated with this yellow arrow that moves in real time with Link, and the red arrow shows where Link entered the area from, allowing players to keep track of where they just came from. The compass unlocks that feature for dungeons, making getting turned around significantly harder if you're paying attention. Up a bit further from the dungeon map is a section where the player will journey out into one of the tree's branches and discover the first dungeon item of the game, the slingshot. To get the slingshot, we had to jump across a collapsing platform that's no longer there. So to immediately get players tuned into its game design, the solution to the puzzle is laid above. A ladder. That with one shot is released from the ceiling and lets us continue onwards. A fun tidbit about Ocarina of Time is that Miyamoto initially wanted the title to be in first person for exploration and pivot to third person for its combat. But Yoshiaki Koizumi took one look at the work he had put into creating Link's character model, and in his own words, selfishly refused to even attempt implementing first person into the game. Of course, a compromise was made, and first-person cameras were eventually implemented for several of the more precise aiming weaponry Link will find on his adventure, as well as if the player was standing still in an effort to examine and absorb their surroundings. One of the major changes the 3DS version makes is using the system's gyroscope to allow players to aim with motion controls. Say what you will about how they were implemented in the 2000s, but gyroscopic aiming for any sort of shooting has been an absolute godsend for my own personal enjoyment in any game, and Ocarina 3D uses it fantastically. While the original style of aiming is fine, I find Link's movements a bit too snappy and sharp, making gentle movement more difficult when I need it. With the gyroscope, I can move more precisely and make shots that would be difficult or otherwise impossible in the original version. This is one of the best changes in the 3D version, and I would dare say a selling point. With the slingshot, we can journey to the top of the tree, and leap down to break the web in the center of the tree and fall into the roots of the bottom of the tree. This is the second half of the dungeon, and while it's possible to climb back up to the top if need be, the player is not required to do so to progress. This second half is circular, and funnels the player through several puzzles towards the eventual finale of the dungeon. It begins with introducing the player to fire mechanics and how fire can burn the webs laid around the dungeon, as well as using Deku sticks to carry flames between sources. Next, we run into a Deku scrub that, when defeated, gives us the hint 23 is number 1. Who knew Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls were canon to the Zelda timeline? This hint will be used for a later puzzle, which will be fairly obvious when it arrives. From here, we enter another room that has a pool of water with a moving platform. The platform is unfortunately beset by a spike trap, but Navi points out a switch that Link might be able to press if he dives for it. Sure enough, pressing said switch lowers the water enough for Link to limbo under the trap and move onwards. The next cave-like room has a couple of offshoots, but only one that we can use currently. The other room is optional, but features collectibles required for 100%. While I may not love coming back into dungeons in Zelda games, this game doesn't do it very often and never does for required progression. Hell, I could argue that the collectible hidden here is nearly useless, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Leaving this rocky room brings us back into the first room, now on an upper level. This floor features another web that we need to break through, but without a diving board, we'll need to get creative. Thankfully, there's a block we can use to bridge the upper and lower levels together, and bring the flame from the lower level to burn the web and fall into the final floor of the dungeon. This floor has 3 Deku scrubs, and considering our hint earlier that hasn't been used, it's fairly obvious what to do. Beat these guys in the order of their formation. 2, 3, 1. Do that, and they'll offer a hint to defeating the evil housed beyond the door. With nothing else to do, Link enters the dark cavern, ready to save the Forest Guardian. Upon entering this inky black cavern, Link can hear the creature crawling around, but doesn't reveal itself immediately. It isn't until the player looks up and makes direct eye contact with the beast that the parasitic armored arachnid Gohma will drop from the ceiling and attack the young boy. This is the first true combat test of the game, and a fantastic opportunity to talk about this revolutionary gameplay style. In fact, I'll say right now that this game's combat is by far the gameplay that has aged the most gracefully. If you've played any 3D action game post-1998, I can almost guarantee that it took inspiration from Ocarina of Time's combat design. One of the most important parts of any video game is its camera. Earlier, when I discussed Mario 64's and Ocarina's joint development cycles, I discussed how camera control was deemed vitally important to Mario 64 because the player would primarily be focused on Mario. This meant that the camera in the game was, for the most part, player-controlled, and the player could use the C buttons on the Nintendo 64 controller to aim and position the camera to the best of their ability. But since Mario 64 was one of the first of its kind, it had some kinks that needed to be ironed out. One of the major ones being how the camera could only move in specific intervals. If the player couldn't find a good angle between what was offered, they had to work within those restraints. It by no means makes the game unplayable, but compared to later Mario titles and even some other 3D platformers of the era, this camera system shows its age awfully quickly. Compare this to Ocarina of Time, where the player's control of the camera is limited to one button, the Z button. This might sound like a hassle, but the team behind Zelda made damn sure that the camera was almost always in the best position possible for the player in every environment they were in. Since Ocarina's design was more cinematic and focused on the environments around Link and how he would interact with them, it was important that if the player wasn't adjusting the camera constantly, that the views on offer would be effective at communicating the objective to the player. For example, in the Deku tree, as you climb the tree to its highest point, the camera will stay above Link to urge the player to look down and see the web below that they need to jump down on. When Link is platforming across gaps, the camera will either stay directly behind him to allow you to see where you're jumping, or stay higher up to allow players to position trickier hops. Pressing Z in these scenarios will bring the camera behind Link, and while you can't change its position on the X, Y, and Z axis on your own, the developers did a masterful job at making sure you wouldn't need to 9 times out of 10. In combat scenarios, the camera will go lower and closer to Link, allowing him to view the threat in its entirety and gauge his positioning. In fact, the Great Deku Tree does a fantastic job of introducing the player to its combat with a variety of enemies large and small. From simple Deku Babas that can be mowed down rather quickly, to Skulltulas that require some patience to reveal their weak point, and even enemies your sword isn't the best for, like Keese and Skullwaltulas. These enemies can all be defeated without Z targeting, but through Navi and her helpful lock-on, it makes positioning and aim significantly easier and removes fighting the camera as an obstacle. The enemy design in Ocarina of Time is a real standout. Every enemy fights differently from the other, and unlike the 2D entries where mashing the sword button could make most standard encounters a breeze, this game will demand more patience, thought, and precision from the player in how they'll proceed through combat scenarios. I'll discuss it more as we move along and expand Link's arsenal and face newer, tougher opponents, but I want it known now that this game's combat is excellent and remains one of the most enduring parts of its design. Gohma is a first boss for the game, and 3D boss in the series is a fairly standard fight, but definitely solid. The Queen Spider's body is armored, meaning our sword and slingshot won't have any effect on it. But there's a big, giant glowing target that Navi will helpfully target for Link with a simple Z press. By firing a shot from the slingshot into her eye when it's glowing red, it will stun her and allow Link to wail on her eye further. This boss's difficulty can depend vastly on how long you allow the fight to go on for. Gohma's arena is massive, and if you allow the queen to crawl to the ceiling and lay eggs, you'll be forced to contend with little larva enemies that serve only to distract you from their mother. If you manage to shoot the eye while the queen is on the ceiling, you'll stun her for a significantly longer amount of time, and even be able to beat her in one stun cycle. With her defeat, Link is able to pick up the first of many heart containers on his journey, and steps into a glowing blue light that brings him back to the face of the great Deku tree. The old guardian commends Link for his courage and tells him that his deed has saved the forest, but he was too late to save the Deku tree. The curse has taken its toll on the old soul. In his final moments, the Warden of the Woods tells Link of the man who cursed him and why. An evil sorcerer from the desert, ceaselessly searching for the sacred realm that houses a divine power, the Triforce. The dying tree bequeaths Link to never allow the desert man to lay his hands on the Triforce, for his evil heart would cause untold harm to countless innocents should he be granted such power. He tells Link to journey outside of the forest and to meet the Princess of Destiny, and to take the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokiri Emerald, to protect it from the man clad in black. With a final goodbye, Link and Navi watch as the Kokiri's guardian, guide, and father figure passes away, peacefully. The tree's death leaves the Kokiri shaken, and those curious about Link's plans are confused by his mentions of leaving the forest and journeying to castles. But as Link steps towards the edge of the forest, Saria, his lifelong best friend, stops him. She knew deep down that Link wouldn't be around forever, because he was different from the rest of the Kokiri, but she wants to remain friends with him, no matter where he ends up. As a memento, she hands Link an ocarina, in hopes that it will remind him of her and to visit whenever he can. With one final shared look, Link steps out of the only home he's ever known and into the great unknown of Hyrule. The first steps a player takes into a large overworld are often one of the most iconic moments of any video game. Ocarina of Time's Hyrule Field in 1998 had one of the strongest first impressions for players at the time. A beautiful music piece that invokes adventure, a large sprawling field with landmarks visible from all over, and an immersive new system that Ocarina of Time uses to great success: a day-night cycle. Ocarina of Time's day-night cycle is understated today, but I believe it's vital for the immersiveness of this game and its world. The title screen uses it for a reason, and in this first trek north towards Castletown, players can watch the environment and lighting change dynamically as they run across the field. Seeing the sun and moon cause genuine changes to the visuals in real time gives this world so much flavor and increases the feeling of this being a true video game world and not a world that was created for a video game. In fact, a great example of this is as you approach Castletown, the town's gate will lift up, closing itself off from the outside world for the evening. You may wonder why, until you start to see monsters rise from the soil around you. This is simple but effective world building. Of course Hyrule's most populated town would have defenses against monsters, and of course said defenses would be bolstered when people were at their most defenseless. Nighttime. After defending ourselves from the endless hordes, we can head into Castletown and get our first taste of Hyrule society. This place is a bustling hub of commerce, with tons of people moving to and from various shops, stands, and gaming hubs to sell, buy, and peruse to their heart's content. The town's architecture was inspired by Lower Franconia of Bavaria, Germany, and it adds so much flavor to the place. It's foreign both to Link and us the player, with its half-timbering building designs evoking a more medieval European vibe than the naturally occurring and fantastical homes of the Kokiri. This place is such a vast departure from the childlike wonderland of Kokiri Forest, featuring dozens and dozens of adults of all shapes and sizes. Trying to talk to them all results in significantly different reactions compared to the Kokiri. While the children of the forest were familiar with Link and similar in maturity, the people of Castletown are full-grown adults with various degrees of personalities. Some of them are indifferent to Link and don't respect him as a young child. Others make small talk and let the carefree nature of the town shine through them. Castletown is a fantastic first town to visit, both as a stark contrast to the Kokiri Forest, but also to endear the player to the larger land of Hyrule and its people. This place is a major hub for a lot of this game's content, both required and optional, so it was imperative that the developers make it as inviting and engaging as possible. With his goal of finding the princess in mind, Link attempts to head directly to the castle, but finds the guards won't allow him inside as he's just a child with no authority. Sure, we could start slashing away at them with our sword and shield, but something tells me we wouldn't last long doing that, nor would it look good to our prospective princess. Instead, Link decides to sneak in, avoiding the guards one at a time and swimming through the castle moat until he reaches the irrigation flow for said moat. Unfortunately, his only way into the castle is blocked by a sleeping farmer who won't budge for anything. Thankfully, the man's daughter, who he ran into on our way through town, gave Link the means to wake him. A cuckoo. She and her father had come to town to deliver milk, but she knew her father's tendency to fall asleep on the job and came prepared. Sure enough, with one crow from the bird, the lazy ranch hand jolts awake and gives us a means inside the castle. The inside of the castle features even more guards to avoid, but thankfully this isn't any harder than the segment outside. In fact, I find it easier since the camera is fixed and the guards have incredibly short sight range, making this a matter of patience more than skill. If you take your time and move slowly, you won't come close to being caught. Hell, the music here kind of gives away the intent, because instead of tense music to build drama, this track reminds me of what it felt like playing hide-and-seek as a child. Silly, whimsical, and a little bit of suspense, but never a risk to anyone's safety. After sneaking his way past the castle guard, Link comes into the castle courtyard and face to face with a young girl, shocked at the sudden stranger appearing behind her. But with one glimpse of Navi, she starts to put together information she shouldn't reasonably know about, specifically our possession of the spiritual stone of the forest. Being upfront about our origins as a Kokiri, she tells us about a dream she had about a dark cloud surrounding Hyrule, until a figure holding a green stone appeared from the forest, followed by a fairy. The girl believes this to be a prophecy, and that Link's appearance before her is proof her dreams are becoming reality. She introduces herself as Zelda, the Princess of Hyrule, and proceeds to explain to Link the importance of the spiritual stones and why the Deku tree died to protect them. The 3 spiritual stones of Hyrule serve as keys to the gateway to the Sacred Realm, which houses the Triforce. The Triforce is so unimaginably powerful that in the hands of an evil being, it would consume the world with evil. The spiritual stones, combined with the royal family of Hyrule's treasure, the Ocarina of Time, all serve to keep the Triforce safe from any who would dare misuse its power. Zelda shows Link the man she believes symbolizes the dark clouds in her dreams, Ganondorf, the leader of the Gerudo. While he may appear to be a loyal vassal to the King of Hyrule, Zelda doubts his sincerity. While her father might not believe her, she and Link both know deep down that left unchecked, Ganondorf will cause chaos in an attempt to grab power. She vows to protect the Ocarina of Time and asks Link to find the other 2 spiritual stones. With these treasures, the 2 can get to the Triforce and defeat the looming threat. Zelda writes Link a letter with the official seal of Hyrule to give him permissions around the land of Hyrule to serve on her behalf. She points Link towards her attendant at the back of the courtyard and explains that she will escort Link out of the castle. The attendant, named Impa, introduces herself as Sheikah, responsible for protecting the princess. She believes in the princess's dream wholeheartedly, and her role in the dream was to teach a melody to the one from the forest. This melody is ancient, passed down from the royal family for generations. It's most recently served as a lullaby for the young Princess Zelda, and its power will now serve us on our adventure. Impa points Link in the direction of Death Mountain, the home of the spiritual stone of fire. She tells Link that on his way, he'll journey through her home village of Kakariko, and to make sure to stop and mingle with the people there before trekking up the mountain. With a final reminder that Zelda's lullaby will prove his connection with the royal family, she disappears in a flash. It's at this point that the game opens up dramatically. While we could have explored some of these areas before meeting Zelda, gaining our first Ocarina song as well as her letter grants us significant freedom to explore to our heart's content. It also segues perfectly into discussing the game's overworld more in depth. Hyrule in this game is incredibly dense. Every area, no matter how big or small, typically has some sort of collectible for you to scour. Of course, there are the series staples like heart pieces, of which there are a whopping 36. That's more than the previous 2 games combined, and more than Link's Awakening HD, which I complained suffered bloat because of its large amount of heart pieces. So does this game suffer the same fate? Not even close. While not every heart piece is a rip-roaring adventure to grab, a majority of them are put in situations that make sense to reward them. Minigames, hidden platforms, and even knowledge of the world and game mechanics are all used to find these things. Some personal favorites of mine include this one on Death Mountain, which normally requires you to wait until the second half of the game to get, but with a well-placed backflip here, you can have it far earlier. Another is in the Death Mountain Crater, a boiling environment that will kill you if you stand around too long. If you climb down, grab the heart piece, and then throw yourself into the lava below, you spawn right back at the entrance of the crater with minimal damage and a new collectible. These are 2 heart pieces that make more sense to collect later, but because of the game's great design and malleable puzzle solving, you can grab these far earlier than initially intended, making for satisfying and memorable moments. In fact, the only heart piece I would say is a total dud is Dampé's heart-pounding grave-digging tour. First, you have to come to the Kakariko graveyard at a specific time of night, which is somewhat difficult since you can't figure out what time it is readily, and time only progresses in specific areas of the overworld. This means that you need to leave Kakariko, wait for night, go into town, ask what time it is, make sure it's between 1800 and 2100, and then find Dampé. And yeah, Dampé's back. Or here for the first time. This is his first appearance of the chronological release order. In this game, he's a gravekeeper, and while you would think that means desecrating the souls of the dead would be off limits, for a mere 10 rupees, he'll dig around the graveyard for you. Sounds cool, but the only rewards are rupees or a single heart piece. There are a limited number of spots to dig, so eventually you will find it, but depending on your luck, this could be a cheap and easy heart piece or an expensive, obnoxious, and boring one. Regardless, the fact it's entirely luck-based makes it the worst one in the game, but considering how many there are, the fact only one truly stands out as bad, and it's one of the first you can get, speaks volumes about the heart piece design in this game. Another collectible that the game features prominently is the Gold Skulltula tokens, which are dropped by Gold Skulltulas. These things are littered throughout the game in all manner of areas, some more obvious than others. While sometimes hidden out of sight, if you listen for this distinct noise, it will alert you to their presence. While you can find them in the Great Deku Tree, Hyrule Field, and Castletown, it isn't until entering Kakariko Village that you discover what their purpose is. In Kakariko is a dilapidated house, known as the House of Skulltula. Inside said house is a family of Skulltulas, or more accurately, a family that's been transformed into Skulltulas. Because of their curse, they cannot leave their house for risk of being slain by fearful townspeople. The Gold Skulltulas serve as the icons of this curse, and should enough be slain, it will weaken and eventually dissipate entirely. The family promises Link to make it worth his while should he do so. And to spoil ahead a bit, I think this quest is fairly worth it. The first reward is especially worth it early, the Adult's Wallet, which doubles your wallet size from 99 rupees to 200. At every 10 Skulltulas defeated, you save another family member and gain another item. At 20, you get the Stone or Shard of Agony, depending on your version, which hints towards secrets in the overworld. At 30, you get the biggest wallet that holds 500 rupees. At 40, you get a set of Bomb Chew, and 50 grants you a piece of heart. Unfortunately, for most people, 50 is as many Gold Skulltulas I would recommend them get. because the game features a grand total of 100 Skulltulas, and to complete this quest, you need to find all 100 of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. Not only the sheer amount of Skulltula tokens you'll find with no reward for it, but by the time you do find the final Skulltula and save the family, you'll be at the end of the game. And your grand reward is infinite money, in a game where you can sneeze and find 20 rupees on the ground. It's fortunate that the Skulltulas are for the most part hidden in ways that make sense, and unless you really want to see the family saved, you'll get the worthwhile rewards out of the way fairly early. It's baffling that they wouldn't copy the secret seashells from Link's Awakening, where you didn't need to find all of them to complete the quest. At least in the original versions. I guess if HD is anything to go by, Nintendo really enjoys its larger-than-necessary collectathon quests. These are the game's biggest side content, but of course there is a significant amount of smaller tasks and quests to complete. I'll go over those later as to keep the pace of the video moving along. For now, we're going to take Princess Zelda's letter and show it to the guard at Kakariko's northern gate, who isn't impressed with us or the princess, believing us to be partaking in a childish game, but playing along and allowing us passage to Death Mountain Trail. Death Mountain in the previous Zelda titles was a place of intense challenge, where the hardest enemies in navigation was reserved. In Ocarina of Time, the place serves instead as the home to a new, and now iconic race to the Zelda series, the Gorons. As mentioned in previous Zelda videos, Takashi Tezuka took major inspiration from Tolkien and his fantasy writing for the initial vision of Zelda. This was at its most apparent in A Link to the Past, which featured dwarves, elves, fairies, and magical talismans like the medals to summon vast power for use. One of the bigger things the original trilogy of Zelda games lacked was distinct cultures that made up the land of Hyrule, however. In the first two games, Link could only interact with other Hylians, and even then, those interactions were limited. In A Link to the Past, Link could interact with other races, but they were again quite limited. We meet the King of the Zora, but all he does is sell us flippers. We can kill dozens and dozens of his people on the way to and from his domain, but the king never reacts to anything we do outside of buying flippers. We can interact with another friendly Zora in Link's Awakening, but he's a part of the Windfish's dream and doesn't even have a name, making it hard to grow attached to him in a roster of more memorable characters. It makes the world building feel like an afterthought, and more like an excuse to give Link a means to swim. Ocarina of Time changes this mindset, and for the first time truly builds a world around Link that he can interact with. The Gorons aren't just a race of people who happen to live on Death Mountain. They are beings born of rocks, and gain sustenance from eating rocks. They take pride in their tough nature and utilize it for physical and blacksmithing feats. Their home on Death Mountain is due to the quality of the rocks in the area, and their mining operations allow them premium access to the highest quality minerals. Their culture has tales of great warriors and weapons forged by their hands, but as Link comes across the Gorons around and in Goron City, it becomes apparent that these people are not as fiery and intense as their surroundings would have you believe. All of the Gorons are very jovial and lackadaisical. Their large round bodies and constant discussion of food show pretty clearly that they aren't battle-hungry, and their recent plight surrounding Dodongo's Cavern show that they're beyond spoiled after years of feasting on the highest quality of rocks. Players will only spend maybe half an hour of total game time in Goron City, but the interactions and design of the Gorons serve to show how well the creative staff of Ocarina of Time understood the importance of unique and varied world design. Players will remember the first time they see a Goron roll past them at high speed, the bomb flowers they grow specifically to help their mining operations, and the sound they make when you disturb them from their naps. These interactions are small but memorable, and they serve the world of Ocarina of Time's Hyrule so well that the Gorons and other races of Ocarina of Time would become mainstays to the series. As Link interacts with the Gorons, he discovers that Ganondorf has recently visited the area, and using his magic, revived the Dodongo species that used to live in Dodongo's Cavern, as well as sealing the place off to starve out the Dedicant denizens of the mountain dwelling. While it may seem silly that the Gorons don't just eat some of the other rocks around them considering their surroundings, it's pretty clearly a matter of pride as well as being spoiled that they don't just shrug and pivot their ways. When Link uses Zelda's lullaby to initiate a meeting between himself and the leader of the Gorons, Darunia, the boss of the Gorons is offended to see who he assumes is a random child standing before him. He harshly dismisses Link and explains that the Dodongos Cavern's plight is a problem for only the Gorons to solve and no one else. Unfortunately, Goron City doesn't have anything Link can use to alleviate Darunia's sour mood. If only there was someone we could go to for advice. Using a shortcut in Goron City, or simply walking back to Kokiri Forest, will point us in the direction of Saria. She's journeyed into the Lost Woods, a place where only Kokiri can safely travel. The woods appear to be a confusing and winding maze, but by listening carefully to the music, or just slowly walking between segments, players can safely progress. Eventually, Link will find Saria in the Sacred Forest Meadow, playing her own ocarina. Revealing this as her secret place, she invites Link to play along with her, and teaches him the song we've heard throughout the woods. Saria tells Link that if he ever wants to hear her, he can play that song, and they can talk. Playing the song for Darunia, the cross-chief of the Gorons finds himself unable to resist the urge to dance to the tune, and with the release of energy, his mood has been significantly improved. Darunia entertains Link's request for the Spiritual Stone by telling him if he wants it, he'll need to prove he's a real man and rid Dodongo's cavern of the monsters inside. Do that, and the Goron's ruby will be his. To assist Link in his quest, Darunia gives Link the Goron's bracelet, which enhances his strength and allows him to pluck bomb flowers from the ground like the Gorons themselves. Using this, Link can blast his way into the second dungeon of the game, Dodongo's Cavern. The first room of the cavern seems to be a singular room with no exits, but there are bomb flowers sprouting about. Using these and placing them near the back wall, we can blast it open and reveal the large central cavern of the dungeon. This opening room is really smart, because instead of just being a room to funnel players into the dungeon, it acts as an insulator for players and their knowledge. It's meant to teach players what to look out for throughout the dungeon and how to progress, and shows great foresight from the devs in how players would be learning the game and its mechanics. The dungeon's central room has several pathways that players will loop around to open up more pathways and eventually find a way to the upper floor of the dungeon, where the key to the final area lies. For now, the first pathway Link takes will lead him through a hallway with baby Dodongos that explode on death. These can be used to open up a hidden pathway in the wall, but if you miss it, there are ways to open this pathway later. Further on, Link will encounter the first mini-boss of the game, the Lizalfos. These guys are quick and hop around the arena a lot, which may seem intimidating at first, but leave it to the combat designers at Nintendo to make a situation like this both fun and frenetic. The team wanted to make a combat system in the style of Chanbara, which is a film genre inspired by samurai sword combat. While the irony of Link using a sword in one hand and a shield in the other compared to a two-handed katana was not lost on the team, they remained steadfast in their idea of bringing samurai-styled combat to life. The sword combat in Ocarina of Time required a significant amount of fine-tuning and inspiration from outside sources to bring the system to life. Eventually, the team would travel to Toei Kyoto Studio Park to find inspiration, and watch several of the live performances there. The trip proved fruitful, with the team managing to find two major solutions to their problems that would eventually round out the combat and turn Z-targeting into the innovative system it remains today. The first was how Link would move when locked onto an enemy. In standard movement, Link can walk and run depending on how far the player tilts the control stick, but faces the direction of said tilt similar to most 3D movements at the time. However, when pressing Z to target an enemy, Link will instead begin to strafe around the enemy. This was inspired by a show where a samurai and ninja were in combat, and the samurai used a sickle and chain weapon to link himself and his opponent together. They watched as the two circled each other, connected by the taunt Link, and realized that was exactly what they needed. Whenever Link locks onto an enemy in the game, his eyes serve as the connection between him and the enemy, and if you visualize a rope or chain between them, it brings to life exactly what the devs wanted the players to experience when moving in combat. Instead of running, Link now strafes between himself and his target, never moving his eyes off of the enemy unless they break line of sight. it keeps Link in position to always be ready for defense, and makes dodging, blocking, and striking that much snappier. The second issue was another puzzler. How would the team ensure players wouldn't be overwhelmed in situations with multiple enemies without it devolving into chaotic button mashing or unfair situations? In watching shows at the studio park, the team paid close attention to the choreography of the fights and began to notice a pattern. No matter how many enemies the protagonist would face at a time, he was never truly fighting more than one. Because the fights were all scripted, it meant that as each opponent went down, another would step in, both to keep up the pace of the fight and continue the illusion of a true one versus many scenario. So in Ocarina of Time, Z-targeting serves to flag the enemy AI and tell them to wait their turn in scenarios where Link would be busy fighting another opponent. To wrap this all the way back to the Lizalfos, there are two of these leaping beasts in the arena at the start, but notice at no point do they truly gang up on Link. By locking onto one of them, the other one knows it needs to wait for Link to either defeat its brother or switch targets before it can engage. So to discuss the mini-boss fight itself, the Lizalfos are quick and nimble. They'll leap around the platforms and Link to attack and avoid strikes, meaning you'll need to be wary and analyze their movements to find the right time to strike. The Lizalfos don't carry any sort of defensive tools, so if you manage to wound one enough, it will run away and create a decision for you. Do you find the other Lizalfos and begin attacking him, or do you chase down the wounded one to remove a player from the field? While none of this is overly difficult, it remains a fun fight no matter how many playthroughs you go through, because no matter what, this fight can't be brute forced. You're playing on the game's terms, and in that same vein, the game will play on yours through your use of Z-targeting. After defeating the Lizalfos, the player can push ahead and fight full-grown Dodongos that breathe fire, and can even burn Link's Kokiri shield if you aren't careful. With their defeat, Link can press a switch that leads to another pathway on this floor. This is one of the more memorable rooms in the game, and a great example of the team's desire for Link to interact and impact the environment around him. By placing a bomb flower carefully between this nest at the bottom of this pillar, it blasts away the supports and lowers the stairs for us to climb up. This isn't a difficult puzzle by any means, but like the central web and the Deku tree, it serves as a cinematic set piece and a good reminder of the thought process the team had when designing the game in all of its forms as a gameplay and visual experience. The final bomb flower puzzle of the dungeon asks players to properly time a bomb flower throw for the first time. There's a ledge with rocks we need to blast away, but said ledge is too small for a bomb to sit on. So we need to wait patiently for the bomb to come close to detonation, then throw it at just the right time for it to explode in midair. If you can do this, you reveal the way towards another pair of Lizalfos to fight, and eventually, your dungeon item, the bomb bag, which holds bombs for us, meaning no more relying on bomb flowers for our explosive needs. Our first test of these new bombs will be dropping them from the bridge above into the eye sockets of the statue below, lighting them up. Do this, and the mouth of the stone beast opens and reveals the path forward. This final pathway will allow us to activate a switch that opens the way to the boss, the infernal dinosaur, King Dodongo. And, yeah, he's kind of a pushover. While Gohma could be excused a bit for being the first ever boss of a 3D Zelda and a tutorial fight, King Dodongo is even easier than her. The massive beast moves incredibly slowly, and only has 2 attacks. A roll, which is so easily avoided you can stand directly underneath it and not take damage, or move slightly out of the way to dodge it, and Fire Breath, which also happens to be when the opportune time to attack is. Just like every other Dodongo boss so far, you want to throw bombs in its mouth when it's charging its Flame Breath. Do this, and King Dodongo will swallow the bomb before it explodes and stuns him. In the N64 version, if you use a Deku stick to whack him, the fight can be over in less than a minute. It's a pathetically easy fight, and really makes you wonder how the proud Goron people couldn't band together to beat this guy. With Dodongo's cavern opened and safe again, Darunia appears at the entrance and congratulates Link on a job well done. He thanks him for saving his people, and declares them to be sworn brothers. As a token of this bond, he hands us our second spiritual stone, the Goron Ruby. Only one more to go. With a tip that the top of the mountain houses a great fairy from Darunia, the Goron send us off the only way they know how. Hugs. Traveling towards the Great Fairy requires the use of our bombs, so it's not possible to get up here before having the Goron's Ruby. Climbing up towards the ferry has us dodging erupting rocks from the top of the mountain, in a callback to the Death Mountains of Zelda 1 and A Link to the Past. After scaling a large wall, we can finally meet the first of 6 Great Fairies across the game. Only 2 of the 6 are required, but I do find all of them and will discuss them as I get them. This first one on top of Death Mountain grants us an upgrade to our spin attack that releases an energy wave when we use it. Said energy comes from the second upgrade the fairy grants, and more important one, a magic meter. Returning from Zelda 2 and 3, this meter acts exactly how it did in those games. Use any sort of magic and the meter will drain. Collect magic jars to refill it, which is thankfully fairly easy in this game, and you're good to go. In fact, our next Great Fairy is obtainable now near Hyrule Castle thanks to the bombs. You'll need this later in the game, but it's good to have now. It's the first of the goddess's magic, Din's Fire. It's a dome-shaped wall of fire that explodes out from Link when he uses it. It's not the most free-flowing combat option, but it's a good tool when an enemy is blocking too many attacks, or you'd like to create some space for yourself in a hectic area. Exiting the cave, we run into this giant owl, and I think now is a good time to discuss him. This is Kaepora Gaebora, a friendly if annoying owl who is constantly watching over us on our adventure. He sporadically appears to guide Link and offer advice. While I don't hate him, I do find him very annoying in the N64 version, where the text speed is much slower than the 3DS remake. The reason he's so infamous, though, is because he's so wordy, so verbose, makes you listen to a lot of dialogue with no interesting visuals. Then when he asks if you need any of it repeated, the option select starts on the yes button. The amount of times I and many others have had to mash through his dialogue twice is too numerous to count, but it is a memorable part of Ocarina of Time, just not for good reason. Thankfully, Kaepora is actually useful here, as he'll fly us back down to Kakariko Village and give us access to the town's rooftops, a place we can't ordinarily reach. There's a heart piece you can collect here, so even though the owl might talk too much, he does at least help you out. Sometimes. Our next spiritual stone is being held by the Zora people, who returned from A Link to the Past. To reach them, we have to traverse the Zora River, which involves hopping across and swimming up said stream. When we reach the end of the river, we find a waterfall that blocks the way further. If we play Zelda's Lullaby, though, it opens the waterfall and allows us passage into Zora's domain. The Zora people, like their Link to the Past counterparts, are an aquatic, fish-like race. That is where the similarities start and end. In A Link to the Past, they're more monstrous and gross-looking, as well as aggressive, attacking Link with no hesitation. It makes it more surprising that the King of the Zora doesn't seem to care about Link outside of his buying flippers. In Ocarina of Time, the Zora have undergone a major change in design and demeanor. They're now very sleek, slender, and relaxed. They spend their days swimming and diving through the waters of Hyrule, both to protect the only pure fresh water source of Hyrule, and to enjoy themselves. You can see the Zora swimming and diving all over Zora's domain, and they even test Link's own diving abilities as a rite of passage. When we manage to prove our adeptness to them, they give us the Silver Scale, which lets us dive even deeper into bodies of water. We can use this to swim to the deepest parts of Zora's domain, and take a shortcut to Lake Hylia. Lake Hylia is another returning location from previous titles, but this time includes much more to do in and around the lake. There are multiple pathways to reach this place, both in water and on land, all of which have their own collectibles and intricacies. At this point in the adventure, there isn't a ton to do. We can talk to the Scarecrow and create some music, which is always one of my favorite activities since I do the patented 7A press into C button combo. Of course, the most iconic activity to Lake Hylia is the fishing pond. This is the same minigame from Link's Awakening, but thanks to the three-dimensional space, it's much more complex and difficult to complete. In fact, the fishing in this game is so well done that if you search around online, you'll find plenty of stories about people who would simply fish for hours for the joy of it. While I've never been much of a passive fisher in any game, I can appreciate how well done it is in this game. Thanks to the rumble feature on N64 specifically, it's both fun and intuitive to catch fish compared to the Game Boy versions of Link's Awakening, as well as the 3DS version of Ocarina. Unfortunately, this is one of the major areas Ocarina 3D stumbles, and that's the lack of a rumble feature. This is a hardware issue more than a design issue from Grezzo though, as Nintendo's handhelds notably didn't feature rumble until the Switch generation. But it does make fishing much harder as you're relying purely on sound and visuals, and without rumble, it can sometimes be difficult to tell if the fish actually bit your rod or just nibbled. It's not a deal breaker, but it makes getting a couple of heart pieces more difficult. When you've had your fill of fishing, it's time to figure out where in the world the Zora Spiritual Stone is. Talking to King Zora reveals his daughter, Princess Ruto, is missing. Maybe there's a connection there? Coming to Lake Hylia with the silver scale lets us dive far enough to find a bottle with a message inside. A message from the princess herself. It reads,
"Help me! I'm waiting for you inside Lord Jabu Jabu's belly. Ruto. P.S. Don't tell my father."
Well, now we know where the princess is. What do? Immediately tell her father. The king doesn't believe the note from his daughter, saying Lord Jabu Jabu wouldn't do that to her, but he has noticed how strangely he's been acting since Ganondorf visited Zora's domain. He gives Link permission to investigate, and lets us keep the bottle as thanks for his efforts so far. Bottles once again return from previous games, and this time there's a total of 4 you can find. 3 of them are fairly easy to collect, but the final one arguably isn't worth it. I'll discuss it when it becomes possible, but the first 3 are either story required or so simple to obtain they hardly feel like a hassle. They act the same as they did in previous titles, but now have expanded options for use. You can store potions and fairies in them as before, as well as fish, insects, and fire somehow? It's magic, I don't need to explain. While bottles aren't a hard requirement to finish the game outside of a few instances, I would recommend grabbing 2 or 3 just to make your life easier, especially if you're going for collectibles. Speaking of collectibles, another great fairy is here in Zora's Fountain. This one will grant us Feyor's Wind, a spell that only works in dungeons but allows you to mark an area and return to it when cast again. While I don't use it very often, it can help make backtracking to dungeons much easier when all you need to do is move, grab the item, and teleport back instead of making a giant circle. Lord Jabu Jabu is a massive fish, and as evidenced by his expression, not the most talkative creature in the world. But using the bottle the king just gifted to us, we can drop a fish in front of Jabu Jabu as an offering and get swallowed whole. Welcome to the 3rd dungeon. This place is immediately memorable for its intro room, the teeth of the beast behind us, and waking on the tongue of the creature. The first puzzle of the dungeon? Shooting the uvula to open a route farther in. Instantly memorable, and sets the tone for the dungeon's puzzles and aesthetics. Similar to the inside of the Deku tree, this is another dungeon that has us exploring the innards of a larger-than-life creature to remove a disease impacting it. But unlike the Deku tree, who is a tree and without a natural immune system to infectious diseases, Lord Jabu Jabu's body is littered with natural defenses and enemies exclusive to this area. It makes this place all the more memorable as we search for the lost Zora princess. In only the third room, we find a young Zora girl who introduces herself as Ruto, Princess of the Zora. Unfortunately, she's less than cooperative with us, even denying ever sending the clearly marked letter with her name on it asking for help. She tells us to beat it, and quickly falls down a pit. Great. Following her, she waves away our concern, telling us she's been coming inside Jabu Jabu since she was little, but recently the creature has been acting strangely, and the electrified enemies we've encountered aren't native to these innards according to her. She mentions losing a precious stone, but trails off before finishing her thought. With a bit more prodding, she tells us that she isn't leaving until she finds what she came for, but that we can have the privilege of carrying her around if we must be so persistent. Goody. While I'm sure a lot of players tensed up upon realizing what was happening here, I can at least say that despite this being an escort mission, it's not that bad. Carrying Ruto does leave you defenseless and makes traversing the narrow hallways with randomly bouncing bubbles harder, but there's no reason you can't just huck her back 10 feet, beat the enemies, and then grab her again. If you try brute forcing the dungeon with her in tow, or just get unlucky and drop her in a place that you can't reach her, she'll respawn in the room she fell into initially. While annoying, the dungeon makes it pretty easy not to do that, so I can't hold that against her. As mean as this is to say, she's essentially a large weight we carry around to hold the occasional door open for us to progress. The dungeon itself isn't very long, instead asking us to journey to and from several rooms in order to solve puzzles and defeat enemies. For example, our first order of business is reaching the room where we found Ruto so we can continue to the rooms beyond. Doing so will show us that there's a giant green tentacle in the room, and heading into the next area will hint as to what we need to do to continue. There are 5 rooms branching off from the central area, but only one is accessible at the moment. Entering here and beating the enemies will grant us the Boomerang. While it's not as strong offensively as it was in Link's Awakening, it is still a fantastic item. In fact, for a lot of players, it will outright replace the slingshot at this point, since it doesn't use ammo and can grab faraway items. However, there are trade-offs between the two items. The slingshot can be rapidly fired and has much farther range compared to the Boomerang, who has limited range and can only be thrown when Link has it in his hands. This is good item design. Outright item replacements are lame, and while I can understand it with progressive upgrades like the tunics in the original trilogy, Zelda is at its strongest when the player has many options at their disposal. The Boomerang and Slingshot give players their choice on how to defeat faraway threats, and still have their uses in specific puzzle and collectible scenarios. From here, the Boomerang becomes our primary weapon for the rest of the dungeon. Many of the enemies are electrified after all, so having a weapon capable of stunning or harming them through said electricity is valuable. Using Ruto to our advantage, we can find the dungeon map and compass, as well as defeat 3 parasitic tentacles that were blocking the doors we previously couldn't enter. With the green tentacles defeat, we head down the hole it was blocking and discover what it was Ruto was after. Her precious stone is in fact the Zora spiritual stone, the Zora Sapphire. With our help, she grabs it and once again tells us off, but not before the platform she's on rises up and separates us again. When the platform comes back down, we aren't greeted by a hothead fish princess, but instead a massive Octorok or Big Octo. This fight is fairly simple. If you want to challenge yourself, you could try running around the circular spiked room and chasing the boss until you hit its weak point, and rinse and repeat, but like the Hydrasaur fight in Link's Awakening, if you use the dungeon item against the Big Octo, it can trivialize it. Like this. That was easy. From here, it's a fairly straight shot to the end of the dungeon. You can collect some Skulltula tokens if you want, but we do need to find Ruto quickly. This leads us to the boss of the dungeon, the Bioelectric Anemone, Baronade. This fight is far and away the hardest of the initial 3 dungeons. Gohma was a good tutorial fight, Dodongo was hardly a boss, but Baronade is a 3-phased fight that tests your positioning and boomerang skills. The first phase is rather simple, where we need to cut the creature free of the ceiling and avoid its electrical attacks. After that, the anemone begins to fly around and defend itself with electrified Bari, which we need to get rid of to make attacking easier. Using the boomerang to stun Baronade and defeat the Bari brings us to the final phase, where the boss fires continuous streams of electricity at Link and requires us to stun and attack him while avoiding the lethal lightning. This feels like the most realized fight the game has seen to this point, both because of its difficulty and variety. While you do need to rely on the boomerang, the fact this fight isn't so easy you can stand still and defeat it in a single phase, and difficult enough that I still find myself engaging with it all these years later, makes it one of the better fights in Ocarina of Time. With Baronade's defeat, Ruto appears with a sly smile on her face and is suddenly much more interested in Link's presence. She thanks Link for saving her and says he deserves a reward. Link suggests the spiritual stone, and Ruto tells him that her mother said she should only give it to the man she intends to marry, giving Link the stone. Without waiting for Link to process what that means, he heads back to Hyrule Castle, intent on meeting with Zelda and enacting the next step to their plan. But as he approaches the castle, the sky begins to darken, and the clouds begin to swell with thunder. In an echo to the beginning of the game, Link sees Princess Zelda and Impa fleeing Hyrule Castle on horseback, and Ganondorf in hot pursuit. As the Dark Sorcerer turns to ask Link where Zelda went, Link says nothing. But unlike the opening where he was frozen in fear, he wordlessly draws his sword in defiance of the giant Gerudo. Ganondorf chuckles, admiring Link's guts, but flicks him away with a burst of magic. Link can only watch as he rides off after Zelda, hoping that he bought her enough time to escape. Before heading towards the Temple of Time, however, Link takes the Ocarina of Time from the Castletown moat, where Zelda hastily tossed it when she noticed Link moving towards Castletown. Link sees a vision of Zelda, who tells Link that she's out of time and that it's up to him to open the Sacred Realm. She teaches him the Song of Time, the melody needed to open the Door of Time in the Temple of Time, and leaves him with the final message that he must protect the Triforce. Walking through Castletown one last time, some of the townspeople noticed Zelda, Impa, and Ganondorf leaving town, and some were almost trampled, but others seemed blissfully unaware of the imminent threat. But in the back alleys of town, Link can find a wounded guard. The man is slumped over, barely breathing, but when Link finds him, he perks up. He tells Link that Ganondorf betrayed the king and took over the castle from within. Impa sensed trouble and escaped with Zelda, but the castle guards were no match for Ganondorf or his followers. With his final breaths, the man slumps over and passes away. This is perhaps the most silently haunting moment in a Zelda game. The Castletown music doesn't stop during this dialogue, and it contrasts so sharply with the words and visuals on screen of a man slowly dying. While Zelda is no stranger to death, loss, and haunting imagery, it typically presents it with a level of gravitas and impact that leaves an impression. In this case, a man simply passes away without warning. He lived and died in service of his kingdom, hoping desperately that his sacrifice wasn't in vain, but he will never know. All Link can do is continue onwards to save those that haven't yet gone. Walking into the Temple of Time and using the Ocarina and Spiritual Stones, the Door of Time is opened. Link heads into the central chamber and is greeted with the Master Sword, the final seal to the Sacred Realm. Link pulls the Blade of Evil's Bane from its pedestal and is enveloped in a blinding light. But instead of the Triforce or a shimmering golden land, he's greeted with a single looming figure. Ganondorf. He had followed Link, never intending on finding Zelda at all. He knew Link had the keys for the Door of Time and used the boy to step into the Sacred Realm and take the Triforce for himself. Ganondorf has won. As the light fades, Link opens his eyes and is met with an unfamiliar face. He introduces himself as Rauru, an ancient sage who lives in the Temple of Light at the center of the Sacred Realm. As the last stronghold against Ganondorf and his forces, Rauru explains to Link that the Master Sword was the final key to the Sacred Realm, and that evil beings may never touch it. Ganondorf knew this and needed Link to be the one to open the Sacred Realm. Hence, he is waiting for the boy to pull the blade from its resting place. Rauru then cautiously tells Link to observe his body. Navi and Link are both shocked, for Link has grown into the body of an adult. Link was too young to be the hero of time when he pulled the Master Sword, so in a last-ditch effort, his spirit was sealed away in the Temple of Light for 7 years to allow his body to grow and strengthen into a vessel capable of taking on the new King of Evil. With the Triforce in his possession and no serious opposition to his power, Ganondorf turned the world of Hyrule into one of monsters and death. Rauru tells Link that all is not lost, however. By combining his power, as well as the other sages scattered throughout Hyrule, they can seal Ganondorf's power in the Sacred Realm and protect the Triforce once again. He bestows Link the Light Medallion, the first of 6 medallions needed to challenge Ganondorf. With a goal in mind, Rauru sends Link back to the Temple of Time. Link and Navi look around at the seemingly untouched temple, unsure if 7 years have truly passed. But before the two can leave, another new face reveals themselves to the pair. Sheik, the survivor of the Sheikah. They remark how we may match the description of the Hero of Time, but as we are, we cannot reach any of the temples. They point us towards Kakariko Village, explaining the way forward is housed there. For the first time in 7 years, Link leaves the Temple of Time. Over 2 decades after release, this remains one of the most famous video game moments of all time. The 7-year time skip was fairly telegraphed, at least, since adult Link is on the title screen and all over the marketing material for the game, but how we got here is the shocking part. Ganondorf winning, and doing so through sheer cunning. It's a fantastic moment for Ganondorf as a villain, showing his intelligence is as dangerous as his strength, and serves to push the narrative themes of Ocarina of Time. Themes of growth, loss, and the harsh realities of life. The Zelda series has and always will be a series with a larger narrative focus than other Nintendo first-party titles, especially those made in-house like Mario. But when it comes to the early Zelda titles, their stories were lacking, in my opinion. The first 2 titles had the excuse of being on the NES, and combined with a lack of knowledge and space for how story-based adventure games should be structured, it makes sense those games were primarily regaled in their manuals. But for A Link to the Past, a title that was released around the time of Final Fantasy IV, Dragon Quest V, and Romancing Saga, the story told was grand in its scope, but lacked in character and themes. Link's Awakening was the first title in the series to not only tell a grand and emotional story, but one with at least one character I cared about outside of the save-the-day narrative. If you're like me and love Link's Awakening, you could argue far more than one character connected with you, but I want to be fair and say Marin was far and away the standout achievement for the game's writing, both in emotional and thematic impact. Ocarina of Time, by contrast, goes back to a more simple story on its surface. If you look purely at the objectives of the first part of the game, collecting 3 stones in order to pull the Master Sword, you can see exactly what game heavily inspired the structure of this one, A Link to the Past. But where this game diverts from that is how it decides to use its dialogue, world building, characters, and most importantly, themes. Ocarina of Time, from the very first second of starting a new file, is building its themes and pathos. Link is a scared and lonely child, frightened by the unknown outside world, and ostracized in his own home for being different. It isn't until he's awoken by Navi and summoned to the Great Deku Tree that a majority of the Kokiri start to recognize Link as a real man due to this new responsibility. When he meets the Deku Tree, however, it isn't a joyful moment between father and son over his growth into a man, but instead a request to test his courage for the first time in his life. And while Link does manage to do so, it's too late. The Deku Tree gives Link his final words of encouragement and advice, and passes away. This mirrors the opening of A Link to the Past, where Link's uncle passes on his sword to Link before succumbing to his wounds. But Ocarina takes a solid story idea, a father figure's death and its impact, and turns it into the inciting moment of the entire thematic through line of the narrative. Link's uncle dying is a singular moment that is never brought up by another character. It impacts Link, and Link alone. But the Great Deku Tree? Not only was he Link's father figure, but the entire Kokiri and the forest around them as well. Navi and her fellow fairies dutifully served him, and the creatures of the forest, while sometimes hostile, respected the Deku Tree enough to live in the forest in harmony so long as they didn't threaten the Kokiri. But his death is shattering, not just for Link, but for all of the creatures in the forest. The fragile ecosystem has been irreversibly changed, and it forces Link and the Kokiri to grapple with a harsh new reality beyond what they were previously aware of. Just like in real life, fathers and father figures are so incredibly important to a young person's development. To a child, male role models are larger than life, seemingly unbeatable and untouchable figures of strength and maturity. Zelda as a series does a great job of having positive male role models for Link that aren't necessarily his direct father, and the Deku Tree especially is a fantastic example. It doesn't matter what size or shape they take, but having a father figure in your life willing to support, protect, and encourage you is something so many take for granted. It's not a coincidence then that the Kokiri in Link's clothes evoke Peter Pan, and the Kokiri's attitudes the rambunctious Lost Boys. Peter Pan and the Lost Boys are similar to the Kokiri, eternal children who never grow up. But in the introduction segments of the game, the phrase real man is spoken by several of the Kokiri either to compliment or disparage Link, despite the fact that Kokiri can never become real men. It's this obsession with growing up and maturity that's so common among kids and young adults that makes the Deku Tree's sudden passing that much harsher. When you talk to Mido before visiting the Deku Tree, he's loud, boisterous, and mean. He childs you for not being a real man, even when you come equipped with the sword, shield, and fairy. But when you come back afterwards, he doesn't react in a mature and manly way. He reacts like a child would. "It's all your fault," he exclaims before running off. An interesting detail about the Kokiri is that they will die if they leave the forest. Except this isn't true. The Deku Tree told them this, but it was only his way of disciplining his children, making sure that they remained in his reach where he could protect them. And with his death, while the Kokiri aren't exactly in a rush to leave the forest, Link has to. He needs to leave the safety and comfort of his home and step into the chaos and unknown of the outside world, lest it impact more and more people. It's this selflessness of Link in the face of overwhelming tragedy that speaks to how strong of an opening Ocarina has for its story, and gives Link himself the strongest character the series has seen yet, all in under an hour of game time. The entire child segment of the game is, in comparison to the Deku Tree's death, fairly light. Link meets new people, forges new bonds, explores a vast and inviting world, and turns out to be just as capable as the Deku Tree told him he was. But surprisingly, despite Link slaying beasts, solving puzzles, and showing competence far beyond his years, the people of Hyrule still don't take him entirely seriously. Because he's a kid. He's 9 years old in this game, and I don't know about you guys, but even in my most mature moments at 9 years old, I don't think I would have been pulling off half the stuff Link does in this game. But that's the point. Link is exceptional. He's strong, clever, and courageous beyond his years. But he's still a child, and the game makes sure to point that out over and over again. It doesn't matter who you run into, whether it be the sweetest soul or the rudest ruffian, they will constantly refer to Link as boy, a kid, a child. The world expects little of Link, despite the fact he's clearly capable of much more than meets the eye. Zelda, Impa, Saria, Darunia, and Ruto are the only people who can see that, and Darunia and Ruto take some convincing through Link's deeds. The best way to describe the child portion of Ocarina is Link learning about, delving into, and saving 3 portions of Hyrule's ecosystem and their impact on him as a person internally and externally. The spiritual stones aren't just named so for no reason after all. They represent the spiritual connection each race has with their respective environments. The Kokiri to the forest, the Gorons to the mountains, and the Zora to Hyrule's water. The bosses of these areas are not evil beings with wholly malicious intent, but invasive parasites introduced into environments they weren't previously native to. 2 of them are blatantly infectious, Gohma and Baronade, and the Dodongos had previously been extinct before the Gorons settled near their namesake Cavern. The dungeons themselves are all naturally occurring areas, places that have existed purely through naturally occurring means, and for the most part reflect that in their current state. All 3 of the dungeons do not require a single key for progression, only asking Link to use the environment around him and what it offers to push forward. Link's journey through Hyrule in this segment of the game is one that never truly feels dire. There are moments of danger, of course, but none of the enemies are attacking with the specific intention of killing Link for a greater purpose. The monsters in Kokiri Forest are docile until approached, the Hyrule Castle guards don't bother throwing Link in prison despite serious crimes, and the creatures of Death Mountain and Zora's River are only defending who they see as an invader in their space. They are not malicious or malevolent. Hell, even Ganondorf could be argued as not truly threatening Link or Zelda at this point in the game, considering he needed them to pull the Master Sword to gain access to the Sacred Realm. The growth Link experiences in this segment are all distinct parts of maturing, dealing with death and loss, forming bonds with new people, and experiencing strong personal feelings towards another person. Ocarina of Time for the most part handles these themes and ideas extremely well, and I will come back to them later on as they get fleshed out in the second half. But I do want to talk about one thing this game fails to deliver on past the subtextual level, and that's Link's external character. Link in this game goes through a lot. I've discussed that in great detail already, but if you watch the cutscenes, outside of a select few instances, Link rarely, if ever, emotes. The moment where Link freezes against Ganondorf in the intro and then stands up to him later, that's a fantastic moment. It's a summation of his growth from a scared child to courageous hero. When the Gorons try to hug Link as thanks for saving their mine, he runs off screaming in fear of the crushing he's about to experience. It's one of the most humorous moments in the game, but other than those moments, he's stone-faced. Of course, Link is a silent protagonist. He's never had a speaking voice past grunts and screams, which is completely fine. Ocarina does make it clear Link speaks and can talk, plenty of times in fact, but there are so many moments in this game where something is happening around Link and all he does is blankly stare into the distance. The Deku tree dies, we don't see Link's reaction. Saying goodbye to Saria, he says nothing and slowly backs away from the moment before sprinting away. Meeting Zelda and learning his role to play against the man in their visions? No visible reaction. Being seen by said man that paralyzed you with fear earlier in the game. Nothing. There are so many good moments externally and thematically that grow Link as a character, but his lack of reaction to 98% of the world around him of pain and shock is frustrating. You would think the 3DS remake would take the time to improve this even a little bit, but no. You can watch Link's blank stare with more polygons. Whoopee. It's a big disappointment in both versions, but especially the 3D one. An opportunity to externally realize Link a bit more, but instead we just get a piece of wood that screams occasionally. Of course, this isn't a deal breaker at all. I think Ocarina's storytelling and thematic elements are so strong that Link's silence and wooden expression don't impact the game for the most part. I just wish that Link was a bit more capable of being a character in this game. Silent protagonists are notoriously hard to get right, so much so that the Zelda series itself mismanages it more often than not, but Ocarina has such a good narrative and world for Link to explore, it makes his comparative bland behavior that much more agonizing. The only thing people can agree on with Link's characterization in this game is that the events of the game changed and steeled him from a scared kid into a strong and courageous adult. But outside of that, we don't know how he feels about any of the people he meets and interacts with. It betrays the emotional core of the game and makes it hard to connect with Link, the character. Link as a concept, a young boy being forced to mature faster than one should, is a great protagonist to follow and extremely empathetic for audiences. So many of us have had those moments where our safety is challenged and even shattered, our footing swept out from under us and swallowing us in uncertainty. But Link hardly shows emotional reactions to the things going on around him. The developers did a great job giving Link a fantastic design that's animated very well when in gameplay and allowed to be in cutscenes. But when it comes to the cutscenes, outside of a select few moments, Link's lack of speech and especially limited expressions mean he can't truly show off how he feels about specific story occurrences. The best scenes in the game are when Link's voice actors, Fujiko Takimoto and Nobuyuki Hiyama, for young and adult Link respectively, have their voices shine. Their performances, and all of the voice actors in the game, do a wonderful job giving the characters life in the limited sound bites they have. There's a reason people still associate Link with his iconic screams and grunts from these games. And it's not just because you hear them a lot, but because of how well done they are. Considering this was the first time giving Link a voice,
well, excuse me, princess,
that was done by the original creators, they knocked it out of the park. The biggest weakness of Link in this game is that he's still an audience proxy, despite the fact that from this point onwards in the series, he becomes much more of a character. Each Zelda game from this point on will have Link go through very specific trials and tribulations that only those Links go through, and all of them would react slightly differently to. And while this Link does have his moments of expressiveness, the moments that make him a genuine character are few and far between. I pointed out the confrontation with Ganondorf, but other than that, I can say he's courageous. His willingness to do what's right no matter the odds is admirable, and, I guess he doesn't like hugs? Link reacts very little when it comes to the people around him as well. He doesn't react to the Deku Tree's death, his goodbye to Saria looks like he wants to escape the moment more than a heartfelt farewell, meeting Zelda and Impa is met with blank stares from him, and when Ganondorf spots him he only backs away from the window suddenly without much else. I can go on and on. A good example of this is when Ruto blatantly flirts with Link after he saves her. His only reaction is being startled when she invades his personal space. There's no physical reaction or tell on his face towards how he feels about her otherwise, and in fact, the game makes pretty clear he has zero idea what she's talking about when she's prattling on about engagement rings. Now, this could be seen as a charmingly ignorant moment, like Goku not knowing what marriage is in the original Dragon Ball, but there's never any payoff to this. Ruto is the one interacting with Link, but there's never any reaction on Link's end towards her, so I don't know how he feels. And if we're going to compare a silent protagonist to a silent protagonist, then why not Mario? And not Mario from the N64 onwards, where he had the help of voice clips to give him a personality, but Super Mario RPG's iteration of Mario. This is a Mario who has no dialogue, no voice clips, not one iota that hints he has vocal cords. But he's expressive. We know how he feels about the situation he's in at any given moment, and because the game has cutscenes where he's not always the focus, we can see how he reacts to things happening around him, and to others. It's simple, and Mario RPG's story is much less ambitious than Ocarina of Time, but the devs didn't use that as an excuse to shortchange Mario's characterization. All that to say, the journey and themes of Link's adventure in this game are great, and will continue to be great, but I find Link's presence, outside of a few select moments, woefully stilted and lacking in emotional weight from the character who's supposed to be the central focus of the game. In fact, I think it would be prudent to mention one of the characters that actually helps this Link stay grounded and human throughout the entire experience: Navi. Navi in this game doesn't have a character arc. In fact, she's more of a function than a true character, her name literally giving away what that role is. Her entire existence came about because the developers wanted an in-universe reason that Link would lock onto enemies and places of interest that would help keep up the suspension of disbelief for players. Her name is quite literally Navi, for navigation, as in your helper in navigating not only Hyrule, but possibly one of your first 3D adventure games ever. The reputation she gets for being annoying is overblown, and I would argue only because her voice clips, when she has something to say, can be a little loud. In the rare instances she genuinely interrupts you, it's either at the beginning of the game, where the game is in tutorial mode, or the rare occasion where she makes an offhand comment like the Ice Cavern. These are few and far between, and are simply there to give you some dialogue to bounce off of. She's not intrusive, and far more helpful than people would lead you to believe. In fact, I think this game, and especially its sequel, would greatly suffer if Link didn't have Navi as a companion with him throughout. Link in this game loses a lot. He has no direct family that he's aware of, he loses the Deku Tree despite his best efforts, he's partially responsible for the fall of Hyrule and rise of Ganondorf. But through it all, Navi is there with him. This incredible, impossible, larger-than-life scenario that no one could possibly understand, and there was one other person Link had to support him. He may have been scared at the beginning of the game when he was alone, but with Navi by his side, he had the help and support he needed to take on anything the world could throw at him. Navi is not a particularly deep character on her own, but her existence fleshes out Link's growth even further than if he had been truly alone on his journey. Navi, for all intents and purposes, could be seen as a quasi-motherly figure for Link, supporting and encouraging him when no one else possibly could. There's a reason that, even as diegetic reasons for lock-on were phased out, the series continued to give Link partners that accompanied him on his journeys. Navi not only started a trend, but did it far better than people give her credit for. Back to the actual game, stepping out of the Temple of Time and into Castletown, it's clear that Ganondorf's influence has practically warped the land around Hyrule Castle. The grass is long dead, the sky is dark and dreary, and there isn't a single living soul in a previously restless and innocent community. All that's left is the dark, looming shadow of Ganon's castle, floating above where Hyrule Castle once stood. Hyrule itself isn't much better off. People will joke that Hyrule Field is woefully empty, and I previously thought the same myself, but I had it pointed out to me that Ganon's conquest was so brutal and effective that it completely pushed out the monsters that lived there previously into environments they didn't inhabit before. The only things you can find in the field in this time period are ghosts, and while it's not spelled out, it's pretty obvious as to why. This is the sort of storytelling that Ocarina does such a good job with, not blatantly spelling it out for the player, but leaving enough context and breadcrumbs that it feels silly to consider any other interpretation. Journeying to old stomping grounds like Kakariko Village and Kokiri Forest show us more of the effects Ganon's reign has had on the world. Kakariko is a refugee camp, housing the previous villagers as well as some of Castletown's citizens, and other miscellaneous people. People and families are cramped into houses meant for only a couple of people, and not everyone from back then seems to have made it. Remember the guard from the North Gate to Death Mountain? He and his family used to live in Kakariko, and you could interact with all of them in various ways. But now their house has been taken over by a shopkeep from Castletown, and the family is nowhere to be found. We can only assume, but being a guard of the kingdom during a violent takeover doesn't bode well. Kokiri Forest has been overrun by monsters, some of which aren't even native to the forest itself. The Kokiri are forced to live in their meager homes, no longer able to be one with the nature around them, and having to scrounge for whatever they can manage to get before hungry eyes of beasts lay upon them. Death Mountain is now an active volcano, spewing flaming rocks constantly at all times of the day and blackening the skies, preventing the Gorons from growing their bomb flowers. And Zora's domain has been completely frozen solid. What was once a pleasant hideaway of carefree beauty is now eerily still and silent. All of this goes to show both how truly impactful Ganon's short reign has been, and how little he truly cares about anything but himself. All of these changes are direct results of his actions and his lust for power. Consequences be damned. Who knows what might happen to those who are consumed by greed. Before continuing on with the story, this is where I'm going to expand on the side quests that this game has. The child timeline does have side quests and minigames as mentioned previously, but the ones you can only complete in the child timeline are fairly standard. Things like finding specific items in exchange for other ones. If you help this lady find her cuckoos, for example, you get a bottle from her. At Lon Lon Ranch in the center of Hyrule Field, you can meet Talon after waking him up earlier in the game. If you find his 3 special cuckoos, he gives you a bottle of Lon Lon milk. You can talk to Malon and learn her mother's favorite song, Epona's Song. It doesn't do anything besides calm down Epona the horse, but it's a neat little excursion. The Lost Woods have several small quests, where you can play the ocarina with Deku Scrubs, the Skull Kid, and more for heart pieces and rupees. You can find a bean salesman who sells you beans at increasingly comical prices that you can plant around Hyrule. Hyrule Castletown features 2 separate minigames, one of which returns from A Link to the Past in the Shooting Gallery. Now it's on a set timer and features set targets that appear in random order. If your aim is shaky like mine, this means it can take you either dozens of tries or 1, depending on how much you find yourself twitching. But the most infamous minigame in this game is another, more unique game for the Zelda series, bowling. But not just any bowling, Bombchu bowling. This minigame can be the absolute pits if you don't know the trick to it. Bombchus are, like their name suggests, bombs, but instead of being something you throw ahead, Link places them on the ground and they scurry along straight ahead towards whatever you aimed at. These things can travel for a deceptively long time and won't explode unless their very long timer runs out or they make contact with something in the way. Most of the time. Sometimes, I swear, it looks like they explode on nothing. This minigame's infamy comes from 2 things. The rotating prizes that mean you won't always be playing for something worth the price of admission, and the surprising difficulty for something that's accessible before the second dungeon of the game. If you come in here and try to treat this like regular bowling, you're going to have a bad time. The key to this minigame lies in 2 things. Utilizing the walls where there are no obstacles and Bombchus can easily climb up, and positioning Link in such a way he can hit the center of the target 9 out of 10 times. There are guides online for this, but the best way to set it up consistently is to pull out a Bombchu and stand just in front of the back wall that the camera is representing. Hold the Z target button, and when the bomb explodes, Link will be at the perfect angle you need. Keep the button held down and strafe Link, until his feet are 3 to 5 notches off the left wall, and from there, simply throw bomb chews at the targets until you win. It's not 100% consistent, but I guarantee it's better than trying to avoid those godforsaken cuckoos in the center lane. If you want everything in the game, you have to beat this minigame at least twice, so be ready to break some pots for money. The largest side quest of the Child timeline is the Mask side quest, started in Hyrule Castle Town. This not at all suspicious gentleman is the Happy Mask salesman, and he's having trouble selling through his stock. He believes that having Link go around wearing his masks will increase demand for them, and if Link happens to sell the mask while out and about, he can keep the profit. It's a neat little quest involving us traveling to Kakariko, the Lost Woods, and even finding a lone man running in Hyrule Field to sell masks to. This quest's biggest flaw is simply how easy it is to make money in this game. If you complete the quest, you'll make a profit of well over 400 rupees, and you're more than likely to have over 100 when you begin the quest. And what's the upper limit for wallet size in this game? 500. So that means half of your ultimate reward is worthless. Fantastic. The other reward you get is the Mask of Truth. This is used for these curious looking rocks, Sheikah stones. Ordinarily, all they do is tell you the time and nothing else, but with the Mask of Truth, you can listen to these things talk. Sometimes they give you basic advice for the game itself, but sometimes you get cool lore tidbits. I wouldn't classify this as massively worth it these days since you can read these online pretty easily, but it is cool to find these stones and wonder what they have to say. The adult timeline side quests are comparatively more involved and more somber. Those ghosts that litter Hyrule Field, if you collect their souls, you can sell them to the one remaining resident of Castletown, this strange-looking fellow who seems remarkably unbothered by Ganon's rule. He'll give you 50 rupees for each ghost you bring to him, and if you bring him all 10, he gives you a bottle. Again, it's so easy to make money in this game, I struggle to call this worth it, and the 4th bottle is kind of overkill, but it's there if you want it. There's Lon Lon Ranch, which has been taken over by Ingo, a former assistant of the ranch who was jealous of Talon's success running the ranch, and believed he was more suited to running things. Well, thanks to Ganon's takeover, he got his wish. He kicked Talon off the ranch and threatens the animals should Malon ever step out of line. She does her best for the ranch, but without her parents there, she's clearly depressed and grasping for any sort of hope in an increasingly dark world. Fortunately, Ingo's arrogance can be used against him. If you talk to him, he'll offer you an opportunity to try riding some of his horses. Using the song Malon's mother taught her, Link can calm the most unruly horse on the ranch, Epona. Riding up to Ingo, he'll talk a big game about horse racing and gamble some money against you in a one-on-one race. Beating him is fairly simple, but he refuses to accept the loss and gambles Epona on another race. He jumps the starting gun, but still can't outrace Link. Realizing he just gave away his most prized horse, one he had already promised to Ganondorf, Ingo decides there's only one rational thing to do. Lock Link and Epona inside the ranch forever. Yeah, that won't stop Link for long. Jumping over the fence to the ranch, he and Epona are now free to run wild across Hyrule. The last side quest I'll mention for now is in Kakariko, and is the only one required to beat Ocarina of Time. Coming to the graveyard, there's no longer a gravekeeper in charge like 7 years ago. If you rummage around though, you can find an underground maze with a ghastly entity waiting for Link. It's Dampé! He passed away in the 7 years Link was gone, but he seems no worse in spirit at least. He challenges Link to a race, and if you beat it, he'll give us a treasure for our efforts. The race itself isn't too difficult once you know the way, but for a first-time player, having to battle the camera and react to the multiple routes and fireballs can be a challenge. Dampé's treasure at the end of the track is the hookshot, a familiar item, but always appreciated and very fun. It's also exactly what we need to enter the dungeon Sheik was mentioning in the Temple of Time. Ocarina of Time does feature some optional non-linearity if the player wants to explore and mix up their gameplay. The next 3 dungeons are all available to you right at the start of the second half of the game, and can be completed in any order. The final 2 dungeons do have some prerequisites, such as Dungeon 8 needing Dungeon 6 to be completed first, and Dungeon 7 needing 4, 5, and 6 to be completed. This means if you want to really get wacky, you could do an order like 6, 8, 5, 4, 7, and still reach the endgame. For me, I like to do things in a numerical order because I am a basic bitch and can't be asked to mix things up. For us, that means we're heading to Kokiri Forest to find the Forest Temple. As mentioned before, Kokiri Forest itself has been overtaken by monsters. Without the Deku Tree's protection and Ganon's takeover of Hyrule, the Kokiri are dealing with a significant amount of invasive species, and if you know anything about invasive species in nature, it's how insanely deadly they can be to an environment's ecosystem. None of the Kokiri recognize Link in his grown-up body, but do ask him if he would be able to find Saria for them. Link will journey through the Lost Woods to try and find Saria at the Forest Temple, but run into Mido. He promised to guard the path for Saria, and only lets Link go when he plays Saria's song for him. This disarms Mido, and even reminds him of another person he hasn't seen in a long time. Getting to the Forest Temple is significantly more difficult than before. The sanctuary is filled with moblins that will charge Link at a moment's notice, and the final pathway features a massive moblin wielding a club that upends the very earth when it strikes. After defeating them, Link will come to Saria's old hideaway but find no trace of her. However, Sheik does make an appearance. With some reflection over childhood memories, they teach us the first of many warp songs for the game, the Minuet of Forest. These songs don't always have a use, since they teleport you directly outside of the dungeons and some of them are horribly out of the way, but others allow you to save an abundance of time depending on how you progress through the game, so they are appreciated. For 100% runs like I did, these songs were a godsend. With the hookshot, we can pull ourselves into the first dungeon of the adult timeline, the Forest Temple. This place is an immediate departure from the child dungeons. First off, it features keys. Get used to this, folks. Ocarina of Time loves its keys, and the Forest Temple uses them masterfully. After an initial linear segment, we come into a large central room with 4 Post Sisters. They spread out in 4 directions, and we'll need to defeat the 4 of them just to move past this room. This dungeon is extremely non-linear, and requires good hunting skills to find all of the keys, unlock the pathways, and find the dungeon item, which itself is required to alter the pathways through the dungeon and remix it just enough to access the Post Sisters. One thing I really want to bring attention to here is the soundtrack of the Forest Temple. This is far and away the best dungeon track in the game. Most of the dungeon pieces were explicitly composed to not feature melodies and instead be more atmospheric. This doesn't mean the tracks are bad, but it does make them difficult to discuss since I am not deeply knowledgeable in music. This track is simultaneously atmospheric and includes a distinct sound in the background that isn't quite a melody, but it does tie the song together and make it feel the most like one of this game's overworld tracks. It's a beautiful piece and captures the feeling of a long-abandoned and overgrown temple sprinkled with ghosts. Speaking of which, first off, finding the keys. These are littered through the dungeon, requiring both puzzle and combat prowess to find. One is at the bottom of a well we need to drain, another is guarded by 2 Stalfos. These guys are a perfect representation of the Chanbara fighting Nintendo wanted to emulate. Big, towering skeleton enemies with a sword and shield that fight similarly to Link, but will only attack one at a time when Z targeted. Fighting these guys can be a challenge, since their defense with the shield is pretty solid and their attacks have good reach, but since they don't dogpile you, it prevents combat from devolving into chaos. The dungeon item is next, and reaching it involves several puzzles, one of which has you navigate tight corridors and block pushing in a vertical segment that involves maneuvering the camera to catch every angle needed to progress. And then there's the most memorable part of an already memorable dungeon, this hallway. It's such a simple set piece, but these twisting hallways add so much to this dungeon both in navigation and flavor. It creates alternate pathways without needing entirely new segments, and creates a memorable and unique area that no other dungeon in this game has. To untwist these hallways, we need to defeat the mini-boss of the dungeon, 3 Stalfos. Okay, so it's not an entirely unique encounter, but it takes place in an arena with a pit in it that the Stalfos can walk over, somehow. Beating the first Stalfos brings down the next 2, and we need to beat them fairly quickly, because taking too long results in its partner waking back up. With their defeat, we get our first dungeon item for adult Link, the Fairy Bow. This is our slingshot replacement for Big Link, but since we're firing arrows instead of seeds, the projectiles are faster and more deadly. For this dungeon, they're used to hit select switches on walls, as well as attack the 4 Post Sisters from a distance, and find the boss key. These return from the previous 2 titles, and function the same way they did in those games. Once you have the boss key, it's time to go ghost hunting. Joelle and Beth are hidden in paintings we need to shoot to reveal and eventually defeat them. Amy's room has 1 painting we need to shoot, which reveals another block-pushing puzzle for us to complete, which will reveal her. Finally, Meg will wait in the central room to ambush us, and attempt to use illusions to attack Link. These illusions are fairly easy to spot though, since the real Meg spins more often than the fakes. Shoot the real one and reveal the elevator in the center of the room that takes us to the boss room. The boss of this dungeon doesn't initially reveal itself, but when Link turns around to walk away, the arena gates close and Link is face to face with Ganon. Phantom. The evil spirit from beyond, Phantom Ganon. This fight has 2 phases, one of which is memorable for how unique it is, and another that's Zelda tradition but handled in a different way. The first phase has the Phantom leap into the paintings on the walls around the arena and attempt to deke Link out with a fake copy to strike the arena with lightning. Now, this phase can be overwhelming. It's hard to discern which is the fake until it turns around, and by that point a real Phantom is leaping overhead to attack. But there's an easy way to avoid damage entirely. Stand in one of the corners. I'm not sure why this works, and it works in the 3D version, so this tells me it was intentional, but you can wait and avoid all damage in this phase just standing here. It lets you practice your aim and play much more casually in a life or death situation. The second phase is a time-honored classic though. The Phantom will leave his horse behind and start a good old game of energy tennis. One nice thing about this variation, though, is that since the arena lets you so close to the Phantom, you can distance yourself where you want to give more time to react to the energy balls, or position yourself closer to make tennis harder, but react faster when you stun him. With enough hits, the Phantom will begin to deteriorate, and the real Ganon will taunt Link, saying that despite his growth, he's only managed to defeat a ghost of the real thing. He then banishes the Phantom to the gap between dimensions for its failure. Link will leave the temple and be teleported back into the Chamber of the Sages. Saria is here, revealing herself as the Sage of the Forest Temple. Link's defeat of Phantom Ganon freed her, and while this is a happy moment for the future of Hyrule, this is a bittersweet reunion between former childhood friends. Unlike A Link to the Past, which used its post-dungeon dialogue to be redundant and lore dump about things in the manual and game introduction stated fairly clearly, Ocarina of Time uses this to further its themes and enhance the established relationships from the first half of the game to create some genuinely emotional moments. For Saria, her dialogue is melancholic. She knew that one day Link would return to save her because of their past relationship, but she also knows deep down that they can never live in the same world. She is a sage, and Link is the hero of time. She is a Kokiri, a creature that never truly ages and hardly physically matures, and Link is a Hylian, who will live and die long before Saria does. She gives Link the first of the medallions needed to fight Ganon, the Forest Medallion, and transports him back to the Kokiri Forest. Back in the forest, Link opens his eyes to the great Deku Tree's rotting corpse. But upon looking around, Link finds a growing sprout in front of the former Guardian. It pops up and reveals itself as the Deku Tree sprout. Breaking the seal on the Forest Temple allowed it to finally grow, and it can now act in the Deku Tree's stead. It also reveals to Link what was fairly obvious beforehand, but with an added twinge of tragedy. Link is of course a Hylian, but where were his parents in all of this? Before the events of the game, there was a war that engulfed Hyrule. Fearing for her child's safety, his mother came to the Kokiri Forest and was gravely injured. She begged the Deku Tree to watch over her son, and he agreed, recognizing Link's fate as a child of destiny. When she passed, Link was raised as a Kokiri to avoid arousing suspicion as to his eventual role. Link, for the most part in these games, never has a direct connection to his mother or father, so it's interesting knowing Link's mom was not only a part of his life, but should the fires of war not taken her life, she would have been there to raise him. It adds another sprinkle to Link's character and story in this game that a majority of other Links don't have. Leaving the forest, we can see the Deku Sprout has already rid the immediate forest of the monsters plaguing it, and the Kokiri are back to their old habits as if they never stopped. Before leaving though, if you talk to Saria using her song, she'll express happiness at being able to help Link save all of Hyrule. The next dungeon in the numerical order is on Death Mountain, and while it's not visible on the path up to it, the Goron have been greatly impacted by Ganondorf's reign. Goron City is nearly entirely empty, sans one lone child, who, upon noticing Link, will believe us a minion of Ganondorf. He threatens us by saying, "Hear my name and tremble. I am Link, hero of the Gorons." Link tells the kid that they share a name, and Little Link tells us his dad is Darunia. He named his son after the legendary Dodongo buster and hero, and Little Link wears it as a badge of honor. When we ask where Darunia and the rest of the Gorons are, though, he begins to wail, saying that the previously dead dragon Volvagia has been revived by Ganondorf, with his followers kidnapping all of the Gorons except Link and Darunia to feed them to Volvagia and send a message to the rest of Hyrule not to oppose him. Darunia is in pursuit of Volvagia and went to the Fire Temple to combat him. We can't go in without risking serious heat damage though, but Little Link has a solution for us. The Fire Tunic. Yes, the colored tunics return from the previous titles, but unlike before, they offer no defensive boosts. They only help against specific environments, and in this case, it prevents Link from collapsing in extreme heat. With this tunic in hand, we can head towards the Fire Temple to save the Gorons and defeat the Risen Dragon. The Fire Temple starts with us finding Darunia, who tells us he's going to fight Volvagia. He asks as our sworn brother to help his people, and points Link in the opposite direction, explaining they're scattered throughout the temple. Without hesitating, the leader of the Goron disappears behind the boss door, ready to defend his people and Hyrule. The first Goron we need to save is actually in this room on the right, and requires a simple button press to free. Doing so will grant us a small key and some advice from the thankful prisoner. Link will let the Goron free, and from here, the actual dungeon can commence. There are a total of 9 Gorons to save in this dungeon, and they get progressively more difficult to find. The pathway of the dungeon is fairly linear, but has many side paths that will lead to keys to allow Link to progress. That, combined with very good puzzles and creative design, makes the Fire Temple its own unique challenge compared to the Forest Temple. The dungeon brings back old mechanics like the bombs and sprinkles in new mechanics like sword dowsing to create new but familiar challenges. The Goron's hints aren't all winners, but reading them does give the player very needed tips for a first playthrough, and sword dowsing is perhaps the most major. By poking walls, Link's sword will make a specific noise, but if you poke a hollow wall, it makes another noise. This is key to finding pathways in this dungeon, and while it isn't used very often in any game it appears in, it was in A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening for example, but it wasn't used very intuitively, nor was it taught to the player directly. Here it gets a direct spotlight that encourages players to observe their environment for possible oddities to take advantage of it. It's simple, but very smart design, and is unique considering that the dungeon's item is not used very much in comparison. Before talking about the dungeon's item and bosses, I do want to mention the weakest part of the dungeon, and that's how precise it asks you to be. Not with aiming or combat, but movement. Zelda has never been and never will be a platforming series. Link cannot jump at will in this game, and so many of his actions are context sensitive. This makes platforming somewhat awkward to get used to at first, but the game does a good job keeping players away from do-or-die situations, only asking them to leap across rivers, the occasional small pit, or climb simple structures. The Fire Temple in comparison asks for extremely precise movement, to the point where you can lose several minutes of progress at a time if you misstep, leap before looking, or just get knocked back by an enemy off the wrong platform. God, do I remember the first time I fell down the central pit for what felt like forever, all the way back to the first room. It's so demoralizing and not fun at all. The mini-bosses of the dungeon are the Flare Dancers, and they're nothing to write home about. Their design is cool, a creature made of wispy flames that skate and dance around the arena, with a central core that houses the actual body and mind of the enemy. But the fight is essentially a repeat of the big Octo fight from before. Attack it as it circles the arena, stun it, and wail on it. Such a great design wasted on a fairly safe concept. The dungeon's item is the Megaton Hammer, and it's probably the first major dud of the game in terms of use case. It gets used to finish this dungeon off, and from there is used extremely sporadically. Unless it's required for progression, which is rare, there are always better options for puzzle solving and combat because despite the name, this hammer has less range than your sword. The best part about it is the lore that surrounds it, because Goron, Link, and Darunia discuss this hammer as being the weapon that defeated Volvagia in the past. Well, what say we give her another shot to finish the job? Journeying to Volvagia's lair, Darunia is nowhere to be found, but the ground starts to shake and the serpent-like dragon reveals itself. The subterranean lava dragon is the most varied fight we've seen in the game to this point, with several attacks above, below, and at Link's level. Using the terrain to its advantage, it will do its best to stay away from Link high or low, and while we can attack him using the bow and arrow, it does paltry damage compared to the real star of the show, the Megaton Hammer. The key to defeating this boss is simply patience. Wait for them to sprout from the lava pools around you, and use that opportunity to rush in and give them a good old bonk on the noggin. This will stun them and allow you to wail on them further. Rinse and repeat until defeated, and Link will again be teleported to the Chamber of Sages in the Sacred Realm. Darunia is revealed to be the Sage of Fire, and thanks us on behalf of his people. He grants us the second medallion, and claims it contains not just the power of fire spirits, but their friendship. Darunia's entire character in this game is simple, but very well executed. He's an honorable and duty-driven warrior, proud of himself and his people for all they have accomplished. He respects others who show that same level of drive and passion, and Link's selfless actions throughout the game have shown Darunia that while he may have been strong physically, true strength is measured by the power of one's character. That's why, as a child, Link had to encourage Darunia to help save the Gorons, because otherwise he was being entitled and lazy, waiting for help that wasn't coming. Compare this to the adult timeline, where Ganon was threatening an extinction-level event on the Gorons, and knowing that he was facing a creature far beyond his league, and without their famed weapon of legend, he still decides to face the beast head-on. He asks Link to save his people first because he knows the likelihood of success is so low, but he still does it anyway because that's what true heroes do. Their friendship may be brief, but it's very memorable and one of the relationships I wish was explored more because I really like what's there and appreciate it more and more with each playthrough. Now that we've beaten the Fire Temple, I think it's appropriate to discuss another iconic side quest to the game, the quest for the Big Goron Sword. This quest initially starts for some players in Goron City, where they can find the large Metagoron tucked away as both a child and adult. If Link speaks to him as an adult, he offers Link the Giant's Knife for 200 rupees. This sick-as-hell two-handed sword that deals more damage than the Master Sword in return for reduced defense since you can't block while wielding it. Hell yeah! Hyrule better watch out for me now, bout to mow all your asses. Oh. It broke in 3 swings? What a ripoff. Beating the Fire Temple and clearing the skies above Death Mountain reveals another Big Goron, named Big Goron. Alrighty. His eyes are extremely irritated due to the eruptions Volvagia was causing, but he swears that his work is better than Metagoron's, praised even by Hylian carpenters for their durability. This quest is a massive trade sequence, beginning in Kakariko Village and taking you all over Hyrule. Some of it is at your own pace, but other items have expiration timers, meaning you need to haul ass in order to get them from point A to point B. This is one spot where the magic beans from earlier come in handy, offering massive time saves at multiple points in this quest and alleviating some of the stress. When you finally made all of the appropriate trades, Big Goron will offer to make you his signature weapon, the Big Goron Sword. Just wait 3 days, and it's ours. Just play the Sun Song a few times, and it's ours. It's exactly like the Giant's Knife, except it doesn't break, making it the primo offensive weapon for the rest of the game. The next dungeon requires a bit of legwork to get to. Initially, you would think it's in the same region as the previous Child Dungeon, with the Forest and Fire Temples sharing their location and aesthetic with the Great Deku Tree and Dodongo's Cavern, but heading into Zora's domain, we're greeted with an eerie sight. It's been entirely frozen over, with no signs of Zora anywhere. The ice is so thick, you can't even see underneath it, and the only possible answer to what happened lies beyond the frozen King of Zoras. Zora's fountain isn't faring much better, with unbecoming snowy weather and icebergs littering the surface of the lake. Lord Jabu Jabu is nowhere to be found, so the only way forward seems to be this cave the ice platforms lead to. Welcome to the Ice Cavern, one of 3 mini-dungeons the game offers. This is the only one required to complete the game, with the other 2 offering helpful but optional items as their rewards. The Ice Cavern is our only way towards saving the Zora though, so we'll need to push ahead and thaw this place out. The dungeon is very tight, with rooms often separated by long narrow hallways and puzzles that don't extend much past the rooms you're introduced in, if at all. This place even houses optional collectibles like heart pieces and gold skulltulas, so for players wanting to 100% the game, the dungeon offers even more optional content than some of the normal dungeons. The aesthetic is really pretty as well, doing a great job of feeling like you're in a Wampa's cave on Hoth. But my favorite part of this dungeon is its music. The chimes that make up a majority of the noise sound like stars twinkling and serve as a great tone setter for the cavern ahead. It's not a melodic piece, but its ambience is, like the rest of the dungeon soundtracks, unmatched. This place introduces a few new concepts, such as silver rupees, where you need to collect 5 of them to open doors and progress. If you played Nintendo games, this is a very familiar concept to you, as Mario loves using it as well. This is Zelda's first time jumping into the fray. The enemies here are of course ice-themed and will freeze Link on contact, doing damage over time as well as initial contact damage. The dungeon itself does a solid job with its theming, unlike the Ice Palace of A Link to the Past. You'll have to deal with ice physics, but they never get in the way to the detriment of enjoyment. You can use them to your advantage to slide under moving obstacles, and they're used creatively in the puzzles to flesh out the dungeon in a unique way. The dungeon's item, so to speak, is the Blue Flame. Returning from Zelda 1, it's used specifically to melt red ice, which blocks some pathways and collectibles both in this dungeon and King Zora, as we saw earlier. We'll probably need to bring some for him. Using this, we can progress deeper into the dungeon and eventually encounter the boss of this place, the White Wolfos. This will surely be a ferocious... it's over. Yeah, this is literally a recolor of the standard Wolfos enemy and nothing more. Not sure why they only used one as a boss when they've done multiple in a room earlier on to create some tension. Regardless, beating this beast grants us the Iron Boots, an item we'll become intimately familiar with very soon. Boots in hand, Sheik appears before us to tell us that the Zora are all frozen beneath the ice due to a curse placed on the region, sans for one, the Zora princess, who Sheik managed to save earlier. She's headed to the Water Temple to beat the monster responsible for this chilly condemnation, and Sheik offers Link the Serenade of Water as a quick way to reach Lake Hylia, where the temple resides. Before making our way there, though, we should probably go save the King of Zora from his own prison. Doing so will have him grant us another new tunic as thanks, the Blue Tunic. This one grants Link unlimited time underwater, no longer burdened by that pesky need for oxygen. With this and the Iron Boots, Link can walk underwater for an unlimited amount of time, letting him not only access the Water Temple, but find new collectibles hidden across the many bodies of water in Hyrule. Heading to Lake Hylia and using these in combination with the hookshot, Link can open the way into the temple and start perhaps the most infamous dungeon in Zelda's history. Welcome to the Water Temple, everyone. The only dungeon in Zelda history to have its own dedicated Wikipedia article. Not a fan wiki, actual, factual, make sure to donate if you can for the preservation of knowledge, Wikipedia. Why does it get special treatment over other, arguably better dungeons in the series? Well, to put it simply and not entirely spoil the dungeon, there are some design choices made, some intentional and others restrictions of the game's systems, that make this place one of the more difficult dungeons for first-time players. This dungeon was so hated that if you go back to 2000s era YouTube, you could make a drinking game of how often people would take shots at the Water Temple, how obnoxious it was, how confusing and slow and boring it was. So I'm sure that you guys are expecting me, someone who played easier Zelda titles first and came back to this game, to also find this place a dreary, confusing mess. First things first though, we need to find Princess Ruto. The dungeon doesn't railroad you towards her with 7 possible ways to initially explore in this place, so some players might not find her initially. If you sink to the bottom of the dungeon and head to the east, you'll find her waiting for us. She's happy to see Link again, reminding him of their vows to each other 7 years ago, calling him a terrible man for making her wait so long to see each other again. But she quickly snaps back to the task at hand, telling Link that with his help, she can defeat the monster in the heart of the temple and save her people from their icy tomb. She offers to lead the way towards places Link can change the water level, and she swims upwards off-screen. This is a bit strange. In the previous dungeon they did something similar, with Darunia asking Link for his help in clearing the dungeon, but he was trying to stall for time so Link could save his people. His disappearance made sense as him either losing to Volvagia or being transported to the Temple of the Sages to protect him. Here, Ruto offers to guide Link through the temple and just evaporates. She doesn't appear during the boss fight either, leading me to believe she faced the same fate as Darunia, but the game doesn't make it very clear. Now that we've found Ruto, we can start making genuine progress in this dungeon. Let's get this out of the way right now. There is one major flaw in this place that is unavoidable if you are playing the N64 version of this game. The iron boots, or more specifically, how equipment is handled in this game. If you want to take the boots on and off, this is what it looks like. Now imagine doing that multiple times in rapid succession. Now imagine getting lost and having to do it every single time you get mixed up and turned around. It's not fun. I think people who act like it destroys the dungeon are being hyperbolic, but this place has seen a massive facelift on 3DS that I think truly elevates it beyond its original counterpart. First off, the boots have been changed from equipment to a standard item. This means that Link can turn them off and on with a singular button press. Here's how long it takes on 3DS. Much snappier. Secondly, the hallways and pathways are much more clear about which leads where, with color coding that helps players keep track of where they've been, even without the map and compass. They're small, but very appreciated updates that make this the best improvement a 3D Remake has for any of its dungeons. Now, to discuss the actual dungeon, I think this is the second best dungeon in the game. The Forest Temple remains my number one, with its music, aesthetic, and dungeon design being more engaging to me overall, but the Water Temple is a strong second. The music is great, using the Anklung and Dulcimer especially well. It's a piece that once again really captures the feeling of what Link is doing spectacularly well, exploring an underwater area with slower, more methodical movements and thoughtfulness in mind. Following Ruto towards the room she was floating to leads us to the dungeon map, and a Triforce symbol. The map is damn near essential for keeping your bearings in this place, and just like every other Triforce symbol in the game, Link needs to play Zelda's Lullaby in order to open the way forward. In this case, the song will raise and lower the water level and allow Link to better explore specific levels of the temple. For first-time players, this can be really monotonous and confusing, considering being in the water in this game limits Link's mobility and combat. It makes traversing down pathways and realizing you went down the wrong one a hassle, and in the N64 version, it can be annoying if you get turned around and raise the water level with the wrong Triforce symbol, considering they aren't marked any differently in that version. To those points, I will simply argue this. The Water Temple is intentionally designed to be a maze. You are meant to poke around until you find the way forward, and luckily, there are some easy ways to use the process of elimination when it comes to pathways you can and can't use in the moment. The most major being that you can't open doors when underwater. If you try to go down a pathway and there's a door underwater, you know you need to turn around and lower the water. If you can't reach a high up platform, you need to raise the water to get to that pathway. The dungeon may be massive, but if you play the game with the mindset that this is a maze and not a hallway leading you to the end, it becomes a much more tolerable time. Use your wits, take deep breaths, and I promise you that you can beat this dungeon in around the same time as any other dungeon in this game. It's not that different conceptually or in execution. The midpoint of the dungeon is this room, a strange and seemingly endless place with a shallow, ankle-high ocean of water and a singular island with a tree in the center. Link can walk past the tree towards the exit, but finds it locked. Turning back, he's no longer alone in this expanse. Say hello to Dark Link, the most iconic mini-boss of the game. Dark Link is unique in this game for being a mini-boss you have direct influence over. Depending on how many hearts you have as the player, it determines how many Dark Link has. If you're doing a low heart run, you can beat Dark Link far faster than if you played like me and went for everything. Another thing this fight does differently to a lot of the enemies in this game is directly countering your strikes. This is your shadow after all, and who better to taunt your mistakes than yourself? If you play sloppily, Dark Link will dance and weave all over you, making you look foolish for even considering your plan of attack. It creates an incredibly tense and memorable experience, knowing that Dark Link is just as capable as you are without human limitations. Unfortunately for him in this boss fight, there are a few ways you can make this fight a little easier that echo his 8-bit counterpart. Not quite to the degree of crouching in the corner and swinging away, but you can use Din's Fire or the Megaton Hammer to throw him off, as well as just not Z-target him to confuse his AI. Z-targeting is what alerts the enemy AI to behave in specific ways after all, so if you swing at seemingly nothing and just happen to hit him, it's his fault for getting in the way. Dark Link will get more aggressive as the fight goes on, so it's important to pick your strategy and roll with it once you find the one that works. Otherwise, you might find yourself face down in the kiddie pool. Beating Dark Link will allow us access forward and claim the dungeon item as a reward. The reward for overcoming our inner darkness is the Long Shot, a first for the series, being a direct upgrade to the Hook Shot. If you felt the Hook Shot's range was a bit too small for you, this will eliminate that feeling immediately. This thing goes on for what feels like miles, and serves to dramatically open up rooms and environments going forward when it comes to what Link can grab and grapple towards. Using the Hook Shot and Long Shot is your only combat option underwater as well, so this longer reach makes the rest of the dungeon easier when it comes to fighting with the Iron Boots equipped. The rest of the dungeon doesn't play out much differently than the first half, outside of longer shots with the Long Shot to cross gaps and such. When you do reach the end of the dungeon, you'll come across a pool of water with spikes surrounding the walls of the room. Navi will explain that this water isn't natural and to watch out, and we'll soon see why when a tentacle with a red orb protrudes from the water towards Link. Say hello to the giant aquatic amoeba, Morpha. This fight is lame! Unfortunate considering how cool the previous two fights were, even if they weren't necessarily challenging. Morpha, in comparison, is a slow, meandering, and boring fight that never really changes its strategy as the fight goes on. If you play things normally, the only thing that changes as you hit Morpha is it adds more arms for you to dodge. The attacks from the tentacles are slow too, not just in their speed, but how long it takes for Link to take damage. Watch this. Compare this to any other instance of taking damage. Even if Link gets knocked down, he's still back up and in control way faster than these attacks. Otherwise, you're still attacking it the exact same way every time, aiming the long shot and praying the orb moves in the way of it. The long shot is so slow that the core's erratic movements aren't something you can entirely predict, so you just have to hope you can snare it before you get grabbed or have to dodge and reset. The best way to fight this boss is to find a corner and, when you've captured the bouncing bastard, slash it into said corner and refuse to let it past you. The fight doesn't reset its phases or health even if it does reach the water, so if you can manage to keep it locked away from its body, the core will die without it ever touching the water again. With Morpha maimed, Link is once again teleported to the Chamber of Sages to meet with Ruto. Ruto is once again impressed with Link's tenacity, saying that she expected no less from the man she chose to be her husband. But she knows that with her newly christened role as a Sage of Water, they might want to hold off on their wedding. She can also see in Link's eyes that he isn't quite thinking about her, but another, Princess Zelda. She reassures the young man of the princess's safety and hands him the water medallion. Her last request to Link before they part is to thank Sheik for his help in rescuing her. Hopefully we can find him, he's been pretty elusive for us until this point. Landing on Lake Hylia, Sheik is standing right next to us as we appear. Well, that was easy. After thanking him for his help, Sheik points Link towards the returning water he and Ruto were responsible for saving. As Link admires the rising lake, Sheik very stealthily dips away in order to return to whatever he's been doing between Link saving the dungeons. Ruto's character in this game is one some people may find annoying with the marriage talk and one-sided crush on Link. It's a trope not many seem to find endearing from what I've seen, and I won't lie that it didn't hook me on my first couple of playthroughs either. But as I get older, I come to appreciate her and Link's relationship more and more. She serves as Link's first love interest, a representation of that youthful, blissful crush we all have at one point in our lives. At the start of the game, Ruto is more prickly and stubborn, but as she witnesses Link's selfless acts of heroism, she starts to come around on him and his way of thinking. Hell, she's never portrayed as truly selfish, only getting stuck in Jabu Jabu because she was feeding him and Jabu Jabu inhaled her. Her actions as an adult show how much Link has influenced her, already traversing the water temple with plans to save her people single-handedly, not planning on waiting for anyone's help. She has a similar arc to Zelda, the princess of her people, with impossible expectations on her shoulders, but with a more passionate personality that can rub some the wrong way. But I think her final dedicated scene with Link in this game is a pretty perfect capstone for her. She recognizes that Link has his eyes on Zelda, whether it be romantically or out of duty, but she smiles at Link and eases his worries instead of being upset or dejected. Her talk about Link marrying her in the water temple and making her wait for 7 years reads to me as more teasing than genuine anger because of her willingness to let Link go and move on from that childish flame she once held for him. Small side note, Zora's domain is not unfrozen despite our efforts, so if you want to see Zora as an adult Link, tough shit. It's a strange disparity considering the Kokiri Forest and Death Mountain get reset to more traditional states once you save their sages. The snow does stop at least, so it implies the ice will begin to melt eventually, we just won't see it. It's a shame, but I guess it would have been a problem eliminating the path to the ice cavern, considering there are collectibles in there. With 3 of the 5 sages safe in the Sacred Realm, it's time to figure out where the heck the other 2 temples are. Sheik did tell us that one was in a deep forest, one was on a high mountain, one was under a vast lake, one was within the House of the Dead, and one was inside a Goddess of the Sand. Well, Kakariko has a graveyard we've poked around in before. Maybe there's some hints in or around the village we could find. Walking into the village, however, Link is met with a horrific sight. The town is ablaze. Quickly rushing into the inferno, he spots Sheik standing at the town's well, peering deep inside. They tell Link to stand back before the wooden arch on the well is blasted off. Link turns to try and cover Sheik's blind side, but the ninja is ambushed by an invisible foe and tossed aside in an unfortunately comical animation. All the aura built up throughout the game and you lose it in one scene. Ouch. Link tries his best to defend Sheik and the town from this large unseeable beast, but he's knocked out as quickly as Sheik was. When Link comes to, the town is no longer on fire thanks presumably to Sheik and the rain pouring down. Sheik tells Link that what they just faced was a previously sealed evil that's power has grown too strong for its cage. This shadowy spirit was sealed by Impa in the past, and with its escape, she's gone to the Shadow Temple in order to attempt sealing it again. Sheik pleads with Link to help Impa, not only to seal the evil, but because Impa is one of the sages required to defeat Ganondorf. They teach us the song needed to reach the Shadow Temple, which is beneath Kakariko's graveyard and otherwise impossible to reach without this tune. Now we could immediately head into the Shadow Temple, but I would recommend against that. The boss was invisible to our eyes after all. The dungeon item won't be able to help us with that. The only way to combat this is by traveling back to the past and journeying into the very well the great evil was sealed in to try and find a potential weakness for it. The bottom of the well, while entirely optional and fairly short, is another masterclass from this game in atmosphere. This place is drenched in a dreadful, spine-tingling atmosphere that just makes my skin crawl. The music, environment, and enemies all give me the creeps and make me want to get out of here as fast as possible every time I get to this point in the game. This dungeon's primary gimmick is false walls and floors. The entire area is littered in them, some fairly obvious and telegraphed, and others not so much. It's up to you to be methodical and smart in your navigation if you want to get through here in a timely manner. For most players, the only thing of importance down here is the Lens of Truth, an item that consumes trace amounts of magic when used, but it allows Link to see falsehoods his normal eyes can't, invisible objects revealed, and false ones erased. This will be perfect for combating that giant shadow from before. The rest of the dungeon is primarily home to some gold sculptulas and rupees should you want to collect them, but if you want to just find the Lens of Truth, you'll need to lower the water level a la the Water Temple, and use the new pathway to head into the boss arena and find... Ugh. This thing gives me the heebie-jeebies. Dead Hand, our boss of the mini-dungeon. Talk about unnerving. It's not a hard fight, especially considering our last mini-dungeon fight could be one-shot, but this is at least a step up. The biggest obstacle to this fight is the creature's arms, which sprout out of the ground and will grab Link in order for the lumbering creature to move in and take a bite out of Link. You can either avoid them or slash them away, and use the open space to wail on the grotesque creature until it dies. With it out of the way, the Lens of Truth is ours. Now I want to reiterate, this dungeon is technically optional, but I highly recommend against skipping it. There are several instances, both required and optional, in this later portion of the game that the Lens of Truth makes significantly easier. A luck-based minigame is entirely neutered due to it, and it makes navigation through multiple areas of the Gerudo Desert much less of a hassle. With this new tool at our disposal, it's time to head to the Shadow Temple and save Impa. This place is harrowing. All of the dungeons in this game have their own lore and stories behind them, but this place takes the cake for not only having a unique story behind it, but being one unafraid to depict some extremely macabre themes and ideas, especially for the Legend of Zelda series. As we know from the beginning of the game, Kakariko used to be the heart of Sheikah culture until Impa opened the town up to the common citizens of Hyrule. Being the last of her people, her only role now is to protect Princess Zelda and ensure her safety at all costs. The past and culture of the Sheikah will eventually die with her. Considering just how much death looms over Kakariko despite its new role as a home for common folk, it might just be for the best. Torture devices, bloodied bodies, and undead monstrosities all litter the underbelly of this sleepy village, and, without a word, spell out exactly what the Sheikah were carrying out for the royal family of Hyrule. War is hell after all, and what better way to win a conflict than to snuff out life in the most brutal ways imaginable. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. The dungeon being beneath Kakariko is no coincidence. It is a journey into hell, literally under the world of Hyrule. The music is unnerving, with the sounds of men's and women's voices fading in and out of the tune, almost as if moaning and groaning in pain. Otherwise, the song is primarily characterized by an uneven percussion that further serves the unsettling feeling of the dungeon. Thankfully, unlike the Water Temple, this dungeon is far more linear in its design, meaning you're less likely to get lost in this shameful secret grave of Hyrule's past. To start, the dungeon actually gives you the map and dungeon item fairly quickly. This is because, as mentioned, this is an extremely linear dungeon that won't have you backtracking through it. There's no central room, for example, so while you might take a diverging pathway to open another, you won't be traveling back and forth through rooms in order to fully explore rooms and solve multiple puzzles through them. Instead, you will be using the dungeon's item combined with several others in your arsenal to solve many unique puzzles that will push you deeper and deeper into the belly of the beast. So, what is this dungeon item? What terrifying secret did the royal family of Hyrule task the Sheikah with protecting in this nefarious necropolis? Gold-bottomed boots with wings on them. I'm sure the prisoners down here were more scared of these than I am. Yes, these are the hover boots, and just like the iron boots, they're awkward to maneuver in unless you're using them for their intended purpose. In this case, running over larger than normal gaps. These boots control like liquid shit, regardless of if you're on the ground or hovering in midair, so my best recommendation with them is line up where you want to go with them before you move, equip them, and then move. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with ice physics in a place that probably burns hotter than anywhere above ground. So much of this dungeon is introducing concepts such as hoverboot platforming, silver rupees, the lens of truth, and even using other items in Link's arsenal like the long shot, iron boots, and more to progress. This place is really well designed as an escalating challenge, and I love how so much of it is never verbally communicated to the player. The iron boots, for example, the bane of people's existence in the last dungeon, they aren't required here, but they make these fans that push Link into precarious situations far easier to deal with, since they weigh him down. The lens of truth also isn't required, but in rooms that have seemingly massive empty spaces, one peer through this thing reveals a whole new obstacle to endure. The dungeon is a masterclass in how to do linear design, asking the player not only to adapt and evolve their strategy as they progress, but reward intuitive and thoughtful players who use their full arsenal with easier progression. The dungeon's boss and the shadowy evil that plagued Impa and Hyrule so many years ago is... oh god. The Phantom Shadow Beast. Bongo Bongo. Now, I don't mean to diminish this creature's menace, because if you look at this thing's 2D artwork, it looks appropriately unsettling. A giant muscular beast with visible veins all across its body, and its spine even visible through the flesh on its back. It's a creepy design, but it's just a giant hands boss. Literally a boss trope so common that it has its own TV tropes page. Not to say that this fight is unoriginal or even bad, because it isn't, but I always get a laugh seeing this thing instead of the intended reaction because, 1, the giant shadowy evil that plagued the land in the past and present is named Bongo Bongo, and 2, its primary way of attack is its giant manned hands, not the weird, creepy, unnatural elements it sports, just hands. Anyway, this fight is really cool, and probably the hardest in the game. Bongo Bongo is not visible to you without the Lens of Truth, so if you have it, you'll need it to combat this thing. There are a few options to fight Bongo Bongo, most of them involving your bow. Bongo's hands can move surprisingly quick, and you need to shoot his palms to have the best chance of stunning him. So if you put distance between yourself and the boss, it allows for even more room to hit the hands and bait out a charge from Bongo's body. This charge leaves his eye open, which you also want to shoot, and from there you can slash away at the boss to finally truly damage it. Do this a few times, and he'll finally go down. Once again in the Sacred Realm, we'll meet Impa. Her discussion with Link is a lot more frank than previous conversations with the sages, which makes sense. She never had a personal relationship with us and has always been bound to her sense of duty, which is exactly what Link is learning as he journeys through Hyrule now. Of course we want to save Zelda, Saria, Darunia, and Ruto. Those are friends that we came to know and care for, and the respective temples were in areas and environments Link was fairly familiar with. But Impa and the Shadow Temple were far out of Link's wheelhouse. To not only brush with death, but immerse himself in it so deeply that he would journey beneath the world and wade through the claustrophobic environment is indicative of his growth as not only a hero, but a man. With his growth from child to adult, he is more willing to put himself on the line regardless of the situation, because he knows he's the only one truly capable of delivering Hyrule from evil. We can see that in his lack of hesitation in big moments, from the start of the title where he freezes against Ganondorf, to now, where he would put himself between Sheik and the invisible evil he has no hope of defeating. Link understands his duty and what it means to fulfill it. The final dungeon of the game has the longest trek to reach it. Located in a goddess of the sand, the first thing we have to do is figure out where the heck that even is. If you're like me and like to explore when you get new methods of traversal, you might have journeyed over here earlier. This is Gerudo Valley, a place you could poke around in as a child, but can now fully explore as an adult. With the bridge to the Greater Valley out, you'll need some help to get across. You could use the long shot, but I prefer using Epona for this sick as hell shot. Never gets old. If you did the big Goron side quest earlier in the game, you'll know that the Carpenter's employees all abandoned him on their job to repair the busted bridge, trying to get in with the Gerudo further into the valley. Unfortunately for them, the Gerudo are an all-female culture that pride themselves on their combat and thieving skills. It's doubtful that 4 working-class schlubs would impress them. Fortunately, I'm the hero of time. I bet I'll have them eating out of my hand in no time. Well, shit. Some welcome. Welcome to the Gerudo Fortress, I guess. This place is the adult counterpart to the stealth section from way earlier in the game, all the way back on... Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's been a minute since we had a fourth stealth section. Unfortunately, this is one of the weaker areas in the game on the gameplay front. Now, on the one hand, I can understand the idea behind this segment. The devs are introducing us to the only culture we hardly interacted with in the early game, and they're by far the most abrasive and unruly compared to the rest of Hyrule. All four of the other cultures, Hylian, Kokiri, Goron, and Zora, all live in perfect environments for their needs. Lush greens, plentiful food, and most importantly, not needing to claw for every scrap they come across. The Gerudo are comparatively very different. Being a band of pastoral nomads, the Gerudo move where the land will take them, but considering they live in an extremely arid desert, they don't have a ton of great options. To combat the lack of resources the land gives them, they instead opt to take what they can by force, opting for thievery and more unscrupulous tactics when people stumble into their lands. Their combat skills are unparalleled compared to the other cultures of Hyrule, with explicit skills in horseback archery to allow for hit-and-run tactics the rest of Hyrule would be hard-pressed to combat. The only thing keeping the Gerudo in check from a flat-out military invasion of the more peaceful cultures of Hyrule? They're an all-female race. They physically cannot give birth to male descendants outside of one every century, and that means if Gerudo culture is to continue, they need to make the journey into central Hyrule and find compatible mates. The one male born to them is made their de facto king, and as we saw in the beginning of the game, Ganondorf was their most recent ruler. The Gerudo of this game exist on shaky footing with Hyrule. They're the most recent culture accepted by Hyrule's denizens into their greater circle, but that acceptance came at the hand of Ganondorf, whose conquest of Hyrule could initially be seen as a conquest for the greater Gerudo, but Hyrule Castletown and the rest of greater Hyrule features no Gerudo to be seen. He's isolated himself from everyone, including his own people, that pushed him to such heights to begin with. As such, the people of Hyrule have made no moves against the Gerudo in retaliation, but also have no desire to attempt working with them outside of ensuring the river to Lake Hylia is flowing, which benefits all parties. These Gerudo we've come across do not swear fealty to Ganondorf, at least, not enough to attempt killing Link. Their second in command isn't present at the moment, but she has left another in charge who isn't willing to allow for any shenanigans under her watch. Hence their no-nonsense approach to any foolish enough to come across their settlement. Which brings us back to the Gerudo Fortress. Link in this game has not fought many sentient beings yet, and in the rare cases he does, he typically avoids killing them like the Deku scrubs of the Great Deku Tree. Like the stealth section at Hyrule Castle, these people are not evil, they are simply doing their job, so it would be out of character for Link to go around swinging his sword like a madman at them. Unlike Hyrule Castle though, this section of the game is far more awkward, obnoxious, and annoying to deal with. First off, the guards in Hyrule Castle were stationed in ways to make it very easy to imagine where their line of sight was. You could be a little silly if you wanted and walk very close to them, but it wasn't meant to be an overly serious or difficult section to begin with, so why punish players who make mistakes in the first few hours of game time? Gerudo Fortress is comparatively much more difficult and not in a fun way. The stealth mechanics themselves aren't expanded at all, with Link only able to use the geometry to his advantage to avoid detection just like the child segment. While you can take the Gerudo out with ranged weaponry, it only raises the question of why this needed to be a stealth section if you weren't going to remove our weapons. Pretty sure an arrow is just as lethal as a sword if you place it right, and last I checked, being knocked out from an arrow strike doesn't happen unless you hit them really solidly in a vital area. But sure, let's just chalk this up to video game logic being silly. Of course, Link isn't going to murder people in cold blood, so let's brush that aside. Let's just compare the designs of Hyrule Castle to Gerudo Fortress. Hyrule Castle is a linear, easily readable, and most importantly, quick section. If you get caught in both sections, you can still beat this part of the game in 5-10 minute tops. Gerudo Fortress, in comparison, is much harsher, being more non-linear to the point you can run into dead ends that have nothing of interest, and features no checkpoints at all. If you get right to the end of the segment but trip up on a turn, you get sent all the way back to the beginning and have to walk your way back. Taking out guards is a neat strategy the first time you pull it off, but Every time you leave and re-enter an area of the map, they get right back up like nothing happened. This means if you have to make circles, you might think the game kept the guards down, and oop, you stumbled into one of them. You dummy. Of course, this isn't impossibly hard at all. At this point in my life, I know the game well enough to avoid the dead ends and how to take advantage of the guard's vision to make traversal fairly easy. I can make this manageable now, but for first-time players, this place is a less than forgiving maze of trial and error that the rest of the game doesn't indulge in, which makes it the most unfun part of the entire experience. Which I think really says something when I'm over 50 pages of script in, and this is the first part of the game design I can say is a complete failure, and it amounts to an annoying section that shouldn't take more than an hour at most. When we come across the Carpenters in their cells, individual Gerudo warriors will appear from the shadows who will fight Link. These fights aren't difficult, but I recommend being wary of their attack animations. If they duck down and tense up, it means they're about to throw out a spinning attack at you that will one-shot you and send you back to the start of the segment. Just treat these fights with a bit of finesse, and you'll be fine. Saving the Carpenters impresses the Gerudo enough that we're granted full access to the rest of the fortress, as well as free reign to interact with the Gerudo without fear of retribution. This is neat, but doesn't open up a lot for us. There's the main gate to Gerudo Desert, which is our way towards progression. There's the final minigame where you ride Epona on a set track and fire arrows at targets to gain a heart piece and quiver upgrade, which I am dog water at, by the way. Good lord, how do people aim in first person consistently without motion controls? And the final optional mini-dungeon, the Gerudo Training Ground. There's nothing in here you need to beat the game, and unlike the Lens of Truth from the bottom of the well, which makes segments of the game far easier and manageable, the reward for the Training Ground can be described as a trophy item. I'm going to save talking about this place until after the final main dungeon, since it's meant to be the hardest optional content in the game, and sliding that right before the end game seems like an appropriate place to do it. With nothing left for us at the fortress, it's time to cross the desert and find the final temple. The journey across the windy desert is fairly simple to start, with a marked path that eventually leads to a stone building that's been submerged in the sand. The top of the building has a slab that tells us the Lens of Truth will reveal the way forward, and sure enough, here's a ghost willing to guide us. Keeping up with him isn't too difficult, especially if you Z-target him, but be sure not to stumble too far off his path, otherwise you'll end up back at the Gerudo Fortress. After rubbing the sand out of our eyes, we can see we've made it to the Desert Colossus, the home of the final temple of the game. This place is surprisingly dense with optional items, one of which is the final magic spell of the game, Nehru's Love. This is a magic shield that blocks most incoming damage towards Link as long as it is active. He can still be knocked back, and it disables the use of other magic-consuming items, but it's great in a pinch if you really need it. I don't use it very often since you really only have access to it at a point in the game where I have more than enough recovery items and health to avoid death, plus the fact I like keeping my magic meter as full as possible because it bothers me seeing it below full. Walking into the Spirit Temple, we're greeted with two passageways that we can't go through. One is a crawl space we're too big to fit in, and another is blocked by a massive block that we can't hope to budge. Stumped, we leave the temple and are greeted by Sheik outside, who tells us the obvious. We'll need to travel back to the past as a child in order to unlock the full temple for us as an adult. Since the Gerudo are already averse to children, let alone men, Sheik teaches us the final and most useful of the travel songs, the Requiem of Spirit. With a quick whisk to the Temple of Time to temporarily give up the Master Sword, and another trip back to the Spirit Temple with significantly shorter limbs, it's time to get started on the last dungeon of the... Oh, hello. Who's this woman? This is Naburu, the second in command of the Gerudo I mentioned earlier. Some dialogue at the fortress as an adult indicates she lived here at the Spirit Temple in that time, but here she's trying to sneak into the place like we were. When introductions are made, she makes it clear that she doesn't like Ganondorf and is in fact attempting to disrupt his plans. If she can get the silver gauntlets from inside this little crawl space, she'd be able to push further into the temple and steal treasure from Ganondorf and his minions. If you're wondering why Link doesn't just do it himself, first off, and two, the silver gauntlets won't fit his child body. Not that Naburu knows about our ability to time travel, but something tells me she wouldn't appreciate if we just disappeared for 7 years unexplained. We'll give her the gauntlets for now and see what happens. For promising our help, Naburu promises us something great in return. Whatever that means. Through the crawl space, we are greeted with the first half of the Spirit Temple. This is the most unique dungeon in the game, requiring use of both child and adult Link to progress through it fully. Just like the Shadow Temple before it, this dungeon does an incredible job of making the player use a myriad of Link's items to progress, and designs puzzles and progression in a way that makes sense as to why we need a child Link for this segment compared to adult Link. One of the earliest examples is this bridge with a switch behind it across a gap. There's no way to grapple or jump across, and none of adult Link's arsenal could reach this switch, but with the boomerang child Link has, he can squeak it at just the right angle and bam! The combat in this segment is also really fun. Since you don't have access to the Master or Big Goron sword, your offensive output is significantly diminished. This means you're relying on your skill as a player more than ever, and it makes for some of the more exciting standard encounters in the game when you're fighting regular enemies that can outdamage you fairly easily if you aren't careful. If there's one oddity I have with this dungeon, it's the fact that it kind of haphazardly introduces bomb chews as a dungeon mechanic. Yeah, remember them from Bomb Chew Bowling, all the way back at the beginning of the game? It's a little odd to introduce them here, but sure, if they're gonna become a prominent part of the puzzle design, I guess it's fine. Oh, they're only required one more time after this? And it's not even in the Spirit Temple? Well, that's great. Bomb chews were already kind of a redundant item with the bombs being a thing, but if you were going to implement them in the game with a full minigame and puzzles, why not go a little harder on it? They're used to introduce the concept of utilizing the sun's rays to progress in this dungeon, but after that, the rest of the dungeon never asks you to pull them out again, while the sunbeam puzzles are out in full force. It's a bit of an oddity, to say the least. The last stretch of this segment involves collecting the dungeon map in the dungeon's central room, as well as completing two separate puzzles, a block-pushing one and a torch-lighting one that can be pretty challenging if you don't plan your route out. Once we finish in this room, we can climb up to a throne room with a singular armored figure sitting still. Approaching it will stir it, and start a boss fight against a very familiar enemy, the Iron Knuckle. This mini-boss is one of my favorites in the game, for a variety of reasons. First off, it's actually pretty difficult if you don't play your cards right. That giant axe isn't just for show, it hits like a truck if it connects, and will leave you reeling after only a couple of blows. Another fun thing about this boss is how it interacts with the environment. If you goad it into attacking towards its throne, or the pillars around the room, they'll shatter and litter hearts in the rubble, allowing you to recover plenty of the damage you've taken. It makes your positioning more important than simply dodging and attacking. Speaking of positioning, this is the best enemy in the game for comparing and contrasting the fighting styles between young and adult Link. While a majority of enemies we face as child Link have similar strategies to adult Link with weaker results, we can take advantage of Link's smaller stature in this fight to stay up close and dodge some of the Iron Knuckle's swings. This is a unique interaction for this game, since most enemies don't have nearly as wide attacks combined with such harsh damage, and it makes the risk-reward aspect of this fight much more exhilarating. Once we take out the Knuckle, we can climb out onto the right hand of the Colossus and encounter... Oh, hey! Long time no see! Kaepora Gaebora is back, and it's a bit of a bittersweet reunion. Ever since we pulled the Master Sword, he's been absent, never appearing to us at all in the future. But there's a good reason for that. He's the reincarnation of Rauru, the Sage of Light who initially explained the entire situation to us in the future. His role in watching over Link has become far more direct and less fatherly, instead directly offering his power through the Light Medallion, as well as housing the sages we save in the Sacred Realm until the time comes for us to save Hyrule. Kaepora's appearance here is a final goodbye to Link, saying, "Link, you have fully matured as an adult. From now on, the future of all the people in Hyrule is on your shoulders. Maybe it's not my time anymore." It's a sad sentiment, but one we must all come to terms with someday. As someone with aging grandparents and parents in my life, it's hard to watch their once able bodies and minds slow down, and being asked more and more to help with tasks they were previously able to handle themselves is a strange feeling. Kaepora and Rauru aren't wholly incapable of providing assistance to Link, but they aren't at the peak of their primes anymore. Kaepora can only provide Link one final piece of advice before leaving the boy, and Rauru can only offer help from afar, not directly interacting with Link outside of the one encounter at the midpoint of the story. They recognize that, as much as they want to assist and be of use, it's no longer their place to decide that. If Link wants to utilize Caipora, he'd have to go out of his way to find him at Lake Hylia or Death Mountain, when he already has superior warp songs that do the job for him. And Rauru has already done all he can, only waiting patiently for Link to further his own power and prowess to take on Ganondorf. With one final hoot, Caipora tells us that he will continue to watch over us and flies off. Our final time talking to one of our guiding figures. He may have been a bit annoying, but he did care, and that's all I can ask for. Turning our attention to the chest in front of us, we find what we came for, the Silver Gauntlets. Time to get these back to Nabooru. Hearing a commotion below, Link looks over the platform to see two witches of Ganondorf capturing Nabooru, who calls out to Link to run before they get him too. As soon as they appear, the witches retreat back into the temple, and Link is left alone with the Silver Gauntlets. Well, I'm sure Nabooru won't mind if we take these with us. Just wait 7 years, lady. Gotta grow into these to use them after all. These are essentially the Goron bracelet for adult Link, or more accurately, the power bracelet from the 2D games. They allow Link to push and lift heavier objects than normal, and they're context sensitive, thank God. Of course, the next phase of the dungeon is back when Link is an adult, and thanks to our new Silver Gauntlets, we can push our way through to the eastern side of the dungeon and its second half. Just like the first half, this place requires the use of a myriad of Link's arsenal to progress, from the hover boots, long shot, megaton hammer, and fire arrows to name a few. You'll end up back in the central room so you can grab the dungeon map if you missed it on your first go-round. This half of the dungeon really opens up the light puzzles from the first half. While in the child portion we were moving objects into light, or just introducing a light source at all, this part of the dungeon requires us to redirect it into switches and targets that are impossible to move, meaning we need to start thinking with angles. The dungeon item is blocked off by another Iron Knuckle, but this fight is much easier with all of the firepower and reach Adult Link has. Just space yourself properly and jump slash it a bunch and you'll have no trouble. Heading past the Knuckle, we can find the final item the temples will offer us. The Mirror Shield, our first shield upgrade as an adult. This item is fine. It's introduced far too late both in the game and dungeon to be of much use, only having two puzzles it's used in. One in a room we've already been in that's as simple as can be, and another that's a larger puzzle in order to progress. It's a shame the dungeon wasn't a bit longer or more sprawling to allow us more use of the shield, because after this puzzle, the dungeon heads into its final stretch. Said final stretch is a bit unique for Zelda, where instead of the story elements being entirely set up outside the dungeon as is tradition, we come across the witches that kidnapped Nabooru in the past 7 years ago. Known as Kuume and Kotake, these two scoff at Link's appearance and stick another Iron Knuckle on him. This one has a bit of a different demeanor and appearance than the other two we fought though, and sure enough, when we split the armor, it reveals Nabooru underneath. The reason the Gerudo hadn't betrayed Ganondorf in the future? Kuume and Kotake had brainwashed her to do their bidding, and they are fiercely loyal to Ganondorf. With her reawakening after 7 years, Kuume and Kotake appear and taunt the delirious Gerudo before kidnapping her again, leaving Link to chase after them. In a central arena, the two hags appear to Link and boast that they're going to sacrifice him to Ganondorf, and the final temple battle begins against the Sorceress Sisters, Twin Rova. This fight is, unfortunately, pretty weak. Conceptually, I understand what they were going for, and it is pretty impressive aiming your shield to reflect their own attacks back at them in real time. But the fight is just so slow, and it never demands any sort of true skill outside of the very initial attacks. The first phase of the fight is so simple, I can't imagine anyone would have trouble with it at all. But when you damage the two enough, they opt to fuse together into Twin Rova, which combines their power and somehow subtracts their ages. Yeah, I don't get it either. Regardless, this phase is even worse than the first. It is entirely luck-based on if you're able to attack the boss. How this is supposed to go is that Twin Rova will charge one of her two elements and fling it at Link, who will absorb it with the Mirror Shield. You then have to absorb the same element 2 more times for a total of 3 shots to release it back at Twin Rova and stun her, which opens her up to be attacked. This is already boring enough because she has no other variation of attack, meaning you're just standing and waiting to see what she throws at you, but since her shot pattern is randomized, you can either end up finishing this fight really quickly if she shoots the same elements every time, or take upwards of 5 minutes doing the same thing of waiting, slowly dodging, and waiting until she finally shoots the right element at you. This isn't a brain-teasing boss, it's not challenging, it's just boring, and a massive whimper compared to Bongo Bongo, and for the main bosses of Ocarina of Time as a whole. Overall, the Spirit Temple in general feels a bit at odds with itself compared to the Shadow Temple and the previous dungeons in the game as a whole. It's not bad by any means, I enjoy the music and thematic elements of the temple. If the Shadow Temple was about representing the darker, macabre aspects of death, this place represents the more somber elements of it. The fact this dungeon is in a desert is no coincidence. Sand and deserts are iconic for their ability to cover and weather man-made structures over time, hiding and weakening once great monuments. But the Spirit Temple endures in its own peaceful pocket of the swirling desert, with an oasis that fairies flock to, as well as the previously mentioned Great Fairy Fountain dedicated to Nehru. The temple prominently features monuments to the goddess of the sand that the Gerudo worship. This place could be seen as a way for the Gerudo to try and take some sort of dominance back from the very desert that has dictated their lives, to worship their goddess in a permanent place of worship that can do the impossible and stand the test of time. It is in fact one of the major enduring facets of humanity as a whole, the desire for our spirits to endure, long past when our mortal bodies degrade and disintegrate. There's a reason the temple's narrative storyline focuses on both child and adult Link, and wraps up multiple character arcs as the dungeon progresses. I talked about Gaebora and Rauru when I did, because their role in this story, and specifically this dungeon, is to represent how a positive spirit can influence the world. While these two may not have always been with Link, and may not have been the most powerful or helpful, they offered earnest advice and assistance when they could. Gaebora may not have been as visible when we were an adult, but it's clear with this temple that he's been watching us on every step of our adventure. Rauru may not be able to shoot massive beams of light at enemies like I'm sure he could when his knees were fresh, but he watched over us for 7 long years to ensure our safety and maturation into the hero Hyrule needed. Could you imagine if muscle atrophy was a thing? Ugh. Naburu's story was about how a spirit can be corrupted and muddied by those wishing to use it for nefarious purposes. To pull from a real-world example, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is most often quoted using his "I Have a Dream" speech, a powerful and important speech in the context of American civil rights for racial minorities. It is, without a doubt, a speech everyone should read or listen to at one point in their life. But its words, without context, can be used by those who wish to muddy Dr. King's message and create the exact opposite of the world he dreamed of in said speech. To avoid going on too much of a tangent, Naburu is initially introduced to us in the adult timeline as cruel and brutal, and even experimenting in brainwashing as a second-in-command to Ganondorf. This is shattered when we meet her in the child timeline, where she's not only not loyal to Ganondorf, but completely on her own, not a part of any of the major Gerudo settlements. She's alone in the Spirit Temple, attempting to disrupt Ganondorf's more brutal band of thieves, and while she's obviously not a lawful person, she's kind enough to think of Link in her final moments before being kidnapped, despite only having met him a few moments ago. Kome and Kotake use Naburu to stand in for their will, utilizing her physical prowess and youth to their advantage to better convince and corral the Gerudo of the desert. This is a complete perversion of Naburu's free-willed spirit, both in that she didn't want to lead anyone, and she was especially averse to Ganondorf and his tactics, let alone serving under him. When Link finally manages to save her, it's been 7 years since she was last herself, and while she is thankfully free from the witch's control, she's going to have a lot of work to do once Ganondorf is defeated to clean up the mess they left in their wake. The primary problems I have with this dungeon lie in its gameplay, and primarily the second half of it. While the Bombchu introduction and use in the first half was clunky, it was the only major weak point I could find in it, especially considering young Link's comparatively lesser move pool. But adult Link's half of the dungeon is, by all accounts, just the same thing done again, without ramping up the difficulty or challenge. It doesn't help that this dungeon is as linear as the Shadow Temple, with its only branches being for optional collectibles or alternate pathways to the central room and exit. There's little leeway in how you progress, which is funny considering the dungeon makes good use of a significant amount of items. The Mirror Shield is introduced too late into the dungeon to really sink in, and its major use in the boss fight only serves to kill its pace. In fact, I want to put a pin in that point specifically and come back to it later, because there's still some cleanup we need to do, and that will specifically tie into this boss fight. With Naburu saved, she is teleported to the Sacred Realm with Link, and admires the man Link has become since they last met. She's apologetic in her role of helping spread Ganon's evil, but is determined to serve justice through her new role as a Sage of Spirit. With the final medallion granted to us, her final words to Link are, "If only I knew you would become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then." Our final step into adulthood, and by far the most intense. We've dealt with the loss of childhood innocence through Saria, the experience of making new lifelong friends with Darunia, young naive love through Ruto, and putting duty over self with Impa. But Nabooru represents a part of life that is never quite the same for anybody regardless of background. Sex, and more specifically, sexual awakening. Now, as a straight white male, I want to be entirely clear that my experience with sex and gender as a whole has been very traditional. I cannot and will not speak to any of the queer experiences people go through as they mature, because I myself have not experienced those things and it would be foolish to talk about them with any sort of authority. But Link's maturation in this game, and his awakening here in particular, is something a majority of us go through as we age, regardless of who we may love as adults. I mentioned several times throughout the game that Link in this game doesn't have a lot of reactions to specific things that go on around him, and one of the major ones being when characters flaunt their sexuality at him. Characters can blatantly flirt with him, wear extremely revealing clothing or even none at all, and the most he'll show is surprise towards the individual's presence, not their appearance. It isn't until this temple, and specifically this moment when Link sees Twinrova for the first time, that he blushes. He doesn't scream like when Ruto invaded his personal space or Darunia threatened him with a hug. He silently reacts with one of the most animated faces he has in the entire game. He may not entirely understand why, but he doesn't just feel fear at the appearance of this sultry witch. This ties back into the Spirit Temple's own themes of enduring spirit through time and past death. Love is one of the most powerful emotions we can feel as humans, and our sexuality is an extremely valuable and intense form of showing that love. Between two consenting individuals, sex can be the ultimate expression of love, appreciation, and passion for another in your life. It can, without words being spoken, efficiently communicate how you feel about a person and dramatically alter your relationship with them. Hell, considering one of the ultimate results of sex between a man and a woman is the bearing of a child, it could be considered that a child between two partners is an extension of their spirit, carrying on their light even when their own flame has long extinguished. We can see this all throughout Ocarina of Time, with Malon remembering her mother's song in order to encourage herself through tough times and help Link and her father, Goron Link taking after his own father and wanting to defend his home even if he has to do it alone, and even the Kokiri, still enduring through it all despite the loss of their father, because they know what he wanted more than anything was for them to prosper. Link is the ultimate example of how one person's spirit can dramatically change the world. His own mother, who was in a life-threatening situation, did everything she could to protect her child, and in doing so brought Link to exactly where he needed to be to eventually become the hero of time. Her selflessness and love for her child may not be discussed by the game for very long, but it was her actions that sparked the now raging inferno that is the resistance to Ganondorf's rule of Hyrule. Her spirit may have been thought to have ended quietly in the forests of the Kokiri, but her son has inspired and saved so many that she couldn't have even considered when she left him in the care of the Deku Tree. It was due to her unwavering spirit and love that Hyrule is on the precipice of being saved, and the ultimate realization of the human spirit triumphing over all odds. With all of the medallions in our possession, Rauru contacts us and says that with the 6 sages now saved, it's time for the final confrontation with Ganondorf, but that we should make one final stop at the Temple of Time for someone waiting for us. Well, before that, it's time to clean up any leftovers you may have put off before saving all of the land. The last Skulltula can now be collected, as well as the final most optional item in the game. If you missed any heart pieces or side quests you'd like to complete, I suggest doing them now because, as Rauru said, we're almost at the end game. But the King of Evil can wait just a bit longer because we need to prove ourselves in the final optional dungeon in the game, the Gerudo Training Ground. This place is a series of challenge rooms that are individually sectioned off and require specific items to complete some of them. It's recommended you do this at the end of your adventure since you'll have all of the dungeon items in your possession. This place isn't overly challenging, but it does demand more skill than you would expect for an optional area. It tests your combat, platforming, navigation, and puzzle-solving skills in unique ways, some of which are really cool, like the Silver Rupee rooms that have you utilizing a variety of items in different environments in order to retrieve them. The combat challenges are straightforward, but there are some unique environments like the one against the Stalfos that has quicksand and a timer, meaning you can't stand still while you battle lest you sink and kill your maneuverability. For the most part, this place is a solid final test of what you've learned and acquired through the entire adventure, which is why its final reward is so baffling. It's ice arrows, the counterpart to the fire arrows that have minimal use in this game. You want to know how minimal their application is in this game? If we were to get these as early as humanly possible, or perhaps play like a weirdo and grab all the dungeon items, then come back here to get the ice arrows, then go back to finish the dungeons with them, you'll find yourself extremely disappointed. They are only useful against select enemies, and while they can be extremely useful against said enemies, the chances of you finding those enemies naturally is extremely low. You think the ice arrows could be used in the water temple to maybe change how you interact with the water or Morpha? Nope. What about in the fire temple to possibly freeze some of the fiery traps and platforms? Nope. Same with the forest and spirit temples. These things only have niche use cases against specific enemies, and that's it. No environmental interactions, no puzzles, no secret endgame item they lead to. In fact, the coolest thing they do is offer an alternative way to defeat Bongo Bongo. Of all the bosses in the game, if you shoot Bongo Bongo's hand with the ice arrow, it will freeze and cause the other hand to stop what it's doing and attempt to free its partner, allowing you a shot on Bongo Bongo. It's so strange that they gave this already great boss yet another way to interact with it, and it makes the Twin Rova fight all the more infuriating. Why can we not use the fire and ice arrows during this fight? I'm serious, it is a baffling choice to not allow their use at all in this fight, even if all they did was neutral damage. It would be a great way to encourage players to go to the training ground outside of completion's sake, as well as act as a reward to players by allowing them to heartily speed up the pace of the fight compared to the molasses that the normal fight is. In fact, this is where the 3DS version arguably fails in the most strange way, because at this point, we had a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time that utilized the ice arrows in a much more engaging and creative way, and if we had been able to use them like in that game, it would have at least been a novel reason to play this version over the original, even if it didn't dramatically change how things worked. With all of the items, hearts, and collectibles in our possession, there's nothing left between us and Ganondorf. Let's go meet our mysterious final ally in the fight against evil. Walking into the Temple of Time, we're greeted with Sheik, the mysterious Sheikah who's been instrumental in our journey across time. Without them, we would have been unable to even complete the Spirit Temple, let alone have easy access to the rest of the temples without extreme effort. They're here to share some knowledge that will be instrumental in defeating the King of Evil. Sheik explains that while Ganondorf was able to find and touch the Triforce is capable of judgment, and unless one who finds it has balance in their heart between the three forces of power, wisdom, and courage, the Triforce will not yield itself fully to that individual. Because Ganondorf's heart was not balanced, the Triforce split into three, and only the one most representative of Ganondorf remained in his grasp: power. His quench for power not satisfied, Sheik explains that for the past 7 years, Ganondorf has been searching for those chosen by destiny that the other two pieces of the Triforce ended up with in order to gain complete domination over the world. The first and obvious twist is that the Triforce of Courage ended up with Link, though unbeknownst to him. While the game did make clear that Link was a child of destiny at various points, not spelling out that he had the Triforce's power makes his courage all the more admirable. Until he unlocked the Master Sword, he wasn't directly chosen by the Triforce at all, but of course his willingness to stand up to Ganondorf when it mattered most, regardless of the result, certainly played a role in the Triforce of Courage choosing Link as its champion. But that raises a valid question. Who has the Triforce of Wisdom? Holy shit. Yeah, I know this twist isn't a massive surprise to people nowadays. Hell, Nintendo doesn't obfuscate it that much, but this is another incredible twist, and one that does so much for Zelda's character. In the first 3 Zelda titles, she was a plot device at best and a goal to reach at worst. This game is the first time in the series where not only is she a fully realized character, but this twist recontextualizes every interaction we had with Sheik throughout the game and makes them so much more emotional and powerful. Zelda in this game is an active part of the plot from the very start of the game. When we first meet her, she's been waiting for us, having a dream that she correctly surmised as the rise of Ganondorf and the hero that would challenge him. But, being a young naive girl, she was too ambitious to not only do what she saw as her duty as a princess and protect her people, but to prove her father wrong. In the end, her youthful naivete and lack of experience in, well, everything, led to the death of her family, the ruination of her kingdom, and the collapse of nearly everything she knew and loved. Her guilt over her complete and utter failure is the driving force behind all of her actions in this ruined world. But she pressed on, not only for the people of Hyrule still out there, but also for the boy she had roped into this plot that now lay sleeping against his will in the Sacred Realm. She was fighting not just for others, but because she knew that he would too. It was, after all, her duty. Zelda's decisions in the intervening years were all in order to give Link the best chance of saving the sages. Her persona as Sheik was calculated. Of course Ganondorf wouldn't be knowledgeable enough on a dying culture of Hyrule to know that Impa was truly the last of her people. It was by luck that Ganondorf was unable to wield the complete Triforce, and further chance that he opted not to use the mighty power he still wielded to erase Hyrule off the map. She knew she shouldn't push what little chances they still had, so she gave up her identity as Zelda, not only to avoid capture as the wielder of the Triforce of Wisdom, but to better help the people of Hyrule that she had failed so thoroughly. It could be argued that Sheik's disguise being so thorough that even those close to her thought she was a man, and the extreme covering up of her facial features and even eye colors could be seen as her avoiding having to confront her failures directly. Of course she knows she failed, that's why she's doing what she does now, but look at her face when she mentions to Link what's happened in the 7 years between Ganondorf's rise. That is a face of extreme sorrow and regret. Even with Link standing before her, more powerful than ever, she can't help but feel shame and regret over the hand she had in the events leading up to this moment. But as much as she feels these negative emotions, as tired and exhausting as even these 7 years have been on her, she brightens up when she mentions Link again. She's visibly excited not only to be by his side as herself again, but to be on the precipice of overthrowing the King of Evil. She relays the plan to Link. The 6 sages will open the door to the Sacred Realm and lure Ganondorf to them. Then, Zelda will seal the way back, which will leave Ganondorf stranded and unable to return. She requests Link's courage one final time, not alone of course, but to protect her while she does her part in this final battle. She even offers Link his greatest weapon in the battle to come, the light arrows, the only weapon capable of piercing the King of Evil's defenses. Unfortunately, Ganondorf hasn't been sitting on his laurels waiting for us to storm his castle. He verbally spoke to us as we defeated his phantom in the Forest Temple after all, and the disappearance of Volvagia, Morpha, and his loyal servants in Koume and Kotake surely wouldn't go unnoticed. No, Ganondorf was being patient, biding his time until he could find her. Princess Zelda. He knew that her attachment to Link would eventually draw her out, and while he commends her abilities at avoiding capture for 7 years, her brief moment of reprieve was all he needed to strike. The King of Thieves never felt threatened by Link, despite all of his success, even chalking it up purely to the Triforce of Courage instead of the kid standing outside his door. Baiting Link, he claims that all he'll need to rule the world is the Triforce of Wisdom she has, but if he wants to save her, Link will have to come through his castle. Welcome to the endgame, Ganon's castle. With the power of the sages, they create a bridge towards the castle that Link can use to enter it, which looks way better on 3DS, I mean seriously. And the final dungeon begins. This places a blend of linear design and player choice, where in order to progress, you have to complete 6 individual pathways, but what order you do them in is entirely up to you. The dungeon itself has no map, no compass, and while it does have items, they're all on the main path and impossible to miss. The first item of the dungeon is the Golden Gauntlets, which is a direct upgrade to the Silver Gauntlets we just got. If you're wondering why they're here, it's to block off a Great Fairy just outside of Ganon's castle that we otherwise can't reach. This Great Fairy gives us double defense, which turns our 20 hearts into effectively 40, which is a massive boon for the endgame. But other than that, these things have no purpose of existing, which kind of fits in with the Mirror Shield, Ice Arrows, and Bomb Chews not having much use. Back into the castle, these 6 pathways are, understandably, tied to the associated sages and their temples. By reaching the end of the pathways, we can unlock the barrier on the sage's power and, with all 6 dispelled, further progress towards Ganondorf. Since each pathway is wholly unique and themed, it makes sense to cover them individually and discuss their strengths and weaknesses. First up, the Path of Shadow. I go to this pathway first in order to get the Golden Gauntlets since they're on this path. The design of this pathway is exactly what you would expect of the Shadow Temple itself. A linear pathway with escalating challenge that asks you to use multiple items, including the Hover Boots, Long Shot, Lens of Truth, and Megaton Hammer. All in all, a solid start to the pathways in this dungeon. The Path of Fire asks you to put on your red tunic again and collect 5 silver rupees while hopping across lava that will reset the room if you land on it. The central platform will sink if you stand on it too long, so the best way to progress through this room is to constantly move and plan out your route as you do so. The Path of Spirit is another good continuation of its associated dungeon. It even uses the Bomb Chews for the second and final time, which is at least a good inclusion considering they were introduced as a puzzle mechanic here. It also uses the Mirror Shield and has another Silver Rupee room, all of which the Spirit Temple included, so it fits with the idea these paths set up. But the last 3 pathways are weird. First, the Path of the Forest, which is the least jarring. It starts in a room reminiscent of the Forest Temple, but after you beat the enemies and solve the puzzle, the next room is nothing you dealt with in the Forest Temple. These fan puzzles were in the Shadow Temple, and it's not that this room is bad, but it's a bit disorienting. Even stranger is the Path of Water, which entirely bases itself around the Ice Cavern. Again, another good set of challenges, but considering these were in a mini-dungeon before the Water Temple and not the Water Temple itself, it's a strange choice to not have any water puzzles at all. But the Path of Light is both the worst pathway and the answer as to why these 2 pathways were so weirdly handled in comparison to the other 3. The Path of Light has 3 rooms, all of which are disconnected thematically, serve little to no challenge, and aren't based on any previous dungeon we've encountered in this game. The first room asks us to use the Lens of Truth to find and defeat invisible enemies, then use a small key they were hiding to go to the next room. The next room is, bar none, the worst room in the game. Walk up to the Triforce and play Zelda's Lullaby. I'm not kidding. We're in the final dungeon, the ultimate test of our skill and game knowledge, and they're pulling out first 5-hour puzzles on us. The final room is another Silver Rupee challenge that's the easiest in the castle, and probably easier than any of the Gerudo Training Ground ones. Overall, this is a genuine sore spot in what should be a celebration of the game and its mechanics. If you're curious as to what happened here, and keep in mind that some of what I'm about to say is speculation since Nintendo doesn't share every detail of their development process, then I can at least explain some of why these pathways are so oddly designed. First off, the Path of Light. If it wasn't obvious, there was supposedly supposed to be a 6th dungeon where we would journey through the Temple of Light to gain the Light Medallion. Little evidence exists for this dungeon in the game outside of cursory details and speculation, but the fact the Path of Light is so awkward and easy compared to the rest of the pathways on offer does lend credence to the fact that developers had nothing they could tie together from the cut dungeon and just threw anything they could think of down at the last minute. The forest and water pathways are easier to explain. In the files of Ocarina of Time, the Sage's medallions were originally going to be used as equipable magic items. The forest and water medallions have patterns on them that don't exactly match with their element outside of color, and that's because their original spells were going to be wind-based and ice-based. The wind spell was eventually repurposed into Feyor's Wind, while the ice spell was cut entirely. These elements, of course, would tie into respective wind and ice temples, though they were obviously replaced with the forest and water temples. The strange theming of the forest path and ice theming of the water path could indicate the initial ideas for their respective dungeons before plans were shifted. Those wind-based puzzles in the Shadow Temple could have absolutely been repurposed from the original Wind Temple. Ganon's Castle was also one of the first areas the dev team worked on during initial development, because one of the original concepts of the game was to have it be a central hub to save on space, a la Mario 64. Fortunately, that isn't the game we got, but the fact this place has such a rudimentary design compared to the other dungeons and temples in this game indicates the devs repurposed that original concept to save time. For a game that's so lauded as one of the best of all time, it is pretty hilarious that this might be one of its weaker dungeons on offer overall. It's not bad, I don't think a single dungeon in this game is, but its stapled together visuals, inconsistent difficulty, and lack of real sense of progression means that it kind of just does its job. It's a good start to the end of the game, but nothing amazing, which for a game of this caliber is kind of disappointing. But don't let my disappointment with Ganon's Castle indicate anything about the ending of this game. With the barriers dispelled, Link can start ascending Ganon's Tower. This is a gauntlet of enemies, starting with fire keys and increasing in difficulty as you climb. The first room is 2 Dynalphos, which go down fairly easily. When you exit this room, you might notice the sound of the music in the background is a bit muffled. As you climb to the next room and fight 2 Stulphos, the music starts to gain clarity and grow louder. It's a pipe organ, and it's playing a familiar tune from A Link to the Past, Ganon's theme. Beating the Stulphos gives us the boss key, and opens another door up the tower. We climb further, the music increasing in energy now. We enter another room, this time with 2 Iron Knuckles, some of the most powerful enemies we faced, but they're no problem for us. The ascent continues. The music is almost deafening now, but we can't turn back. Reaching the final room, Link enters it without pause. Zelda is suspended in her crystalline prison, hanging above Ganondorf, playing his own theme on a pipe organ. A deliciously iconic moment for multiple reasons, one of which is the simple diegetic choice to have the King of Evil play his own music. It's simple, but does a lot to flesh out his character with a single moment. There's not a moment in the game dedicated to telling us that Ganondorf is a musician. He doesn't seem the type, considering what he's been up to all these years, but if you stop to consider it for a moment, it makes complete sense. Link and Zelda, or Sheik more specifically, also have musical instruments associated with them. Link's ocarina and Sheik's harp. They play these instruments multiple times throughout the story together. The title theme of the game features the ocarina alongside Link. Sheik's theme is exclusively string instruments and mostly the harp. These instruments are gentle, soft, and delicate, indicative of the people playing them and the emotions tied to their characters through the game. Ganondorf is, of course, the opposite. He's playing an instrument that is massive, intimidating, and absolutely booming in both presence and sound. While Link and Zelda play their tunes for the purpose of saving Hyrule, as well as appreciating the emotions tied to them, hence the song titles as well as Sheik's backstory for them, Ganondorf is playing his own theme song. Sure, he doesn't stare at the camera and outright say it, but fans of the series will know. And even if they don't, the fact the song serves no purpose other than to set the stage for the final battle between good and evil shows you how full of himself Ganondorf truly is. He's built this twisted facsimile of a castle where the once shining beacon of Hyrule Castle once stood. He lives alone, purely to satisfy his own thirst for power. He doesn't train or practice being a better warrior or even ruler. His existence now is only to please himself. And right now, nothing would please him more than ripping the Triforce pieces off of these 2 young upstart heroes' hands. Ganondorf's immense power is overwhelming, so much so that Navi can't physically approach the King of Evil. This is the first battle in the entire game where Link is on his own. It's such a simple but genius way of tying all the game's themes together, and it's done in one quick moment before the final boss. Link no longer has any help. No Navi, no Zelda, no sages. This fight is all him. The moment where boys become men. The hero of time versus the great king of evil. This fight is not great, which sucks so much to say because the atmosphere, arena, and music are all so cool. Ganondorf immediately slams the floor and knocks away a ring around the central pillar of the room, forcing Link to back off. The music of the battle is another remix from A Link to the Past, the final boss theme of that game against Ganon. And of course, all the tension built up to this point makes what I'm about to say next all the more painful. This is energy tennis, and it's not even good energy tennis. While I love energy tennis as a trope in Zelda when it's used in a random fight, or even as a mechanic in a larger fight, this is the final boss of the entire adventure. This should be either A, the ultimate test of our skill and cunning as a player and force us to pull out all the stops to win, and or B, a flashier cinematic experience that, sure, might be easy, but it's satisfying nonetheless and serves the plot more than the gameplay. This fight does neither. Ganondorf floats above the central platform and will not let you approach him. If you try, he'll knock you off and possibly to the lower level, so you'll need to climb back up. This means that unlike the Phantom Ganon fight where you could alter the difficulty and speed of the battle based on your positioning, this fight is always going to be the same tempo regardless of how you play it. The only difference is if you have the big Goron sword, because it makes the fight so much faster. So much faster, you might miss out on the fact Ganondorf has a second attack. Ooh, yeah, just shoot a light arrow at him and it knocks him out of it. That's basically the whole gist of this fight. Wait for Ganondorf to leave himself open via tennis or obvious telegraph, shoot him, slash him. It's a massive disappointment considering how much time it took to get to this point. Upon beating him, Ganondorf summons one last burst of magic that shatters the room we're in, and then collapses, dead at our feet. Zelda is released from her prison and makes a comment about how pitiful Ganondorf was, but before she can finish, the castle starts to violently shake. Zelda turns to Link and tells him to run, for Ganondorf's magic blast wasn't just a last gasp, but a final attempt to kill the pair under the rubble of his own castle. This escape sequence is incredible. From the tense music, great visuals, and for the first time all game, Zelda gets to showcase her own power besides Link without a disguise or behind the Veil of Shadows. The pair have obviously cared a lot for each other this entire time, but getting to see them working as a unit, even for this little bit, is really special. Zelda's primary function during this segment is to act as an escort that Link needs to protect so she can open the now locked gates on the way down. Link would need a key or switch for these, but she can just flick them open like they're nothing thanks to her magic. There is a segment, however, where Link will need to fight enemies that trap Zelda, and do so in a quick fashion to continue their escape. When you beat the enemies, Zelda will thank Link and sprout hearts on the ground afterwards in case you took damage. The implication that she admires Link so much that he's able to feel rejuvenated off of her own emotions is... God, it's just so damn cute. Once the two make it out of the castle, they turn to watch it fully crumble behind them. Once the dust settles, the pair turn to each other and smile. For the first time in 7 years, the two can relax. Or so they think. Link steps forward to investigate the noise and is quickly surrounded by a wall of flame. And then... God damn! One of the best boss introductions in video game history. The music, the lighting, the fact that there's no subtitle whatsoever, just Ganon, the King of Evil, fully embracing the Triforce of Power. The game understands that in this case, Less is more. The darkness of the skies leaving only Ganon's massive form, glowing eyes, and shimmering swords fully visible, combined with the light of the raging fires and flashes of lightning from the brewing storm overhead, give glimpses into what this feral beast looks like, but doesn't take away from the atmosphere of the fight. In fact, it adds to it, beautifully. One fantastic detail during this fight is that, if Link takes damage, you'll hear Zelda scream in horror from the sideline. It's small, but it's another great addition to the atmosphere of the fight. Zelda is watching the man she's cared for so deeply for 7 years, the man she put in this position without full knowledge this was how it would turn out, fighting for his life against a being so powerful and terrifying that she fears for his life with every blow. It's a superfluous detail, one that didn't need to be included for the fight to be considered a masterpiece, but it's this thoughtfulness by the devs and designers that continue to show why Ocarina has remained a cultural touchstone in video games even all these years later. This fight may be between Link and Ganon physically, but emotionally, Zelda has just as much stake in this as the two combatants, if not more. It's only right to include her even if she's unable to participate. This fight is one of the greatest final bosses in video game history, which makes it all the more disappointing that the 3DS version fumbled the ball hard when we get to this point. The first thing you'll notice is on 3DS, the scene is set at dusk, while the N64 version was either at night, or with the sky so blackened by Ganondorf's power, the sun couldn't peek through. Regardless, it sets the stage for the final encounter far better. But perhaps they chose to do this so when Ganon emerges, he could summon the dark clouds for effect. That would be a cool way to touch up his grand appearance. Nope. The cutscene plays out exactly the same as the original, except now you can see everything. There's no mystery or fear of the unknown being used here. We can see every detail on Ganon's body now, and combined with the bright orange lighting of the sun bouncing off of the clouds, it removes so much weight the original version of this fight had. It's the go-to example when discussing the negative changes the 3DS version made to the original, and while I do think this is a massive downgrade, it doesn't change the fact that the rest of the fight is, and was, still great. To discuss the fight itself, the very first thing you'll be faced with is the Master Sword being knocked out of your hands. This is a perfect way for this fight to start. Link without a sword hardly feels like Link at all, right? The character is ubiquitous with the weapon. It's the go-to tool in any enemy encounter, so starting off the final boss of the game by stripping the player of their security blanket is a great idea. Link may be without a sword, but he isn't defenseless. Every single offensive item he has can be used to damage Ganon, but only on one specific part of his body, his tail. You have multiple ways of attempting to reach it, but the two most consistent are stunning him with a powerful item and circling around him, or my favorite, rolling between his legs and slashing at him. The fight itself isn't too difficult, especially if you come into it with the big Goron sword. You can just play this like a regular fight, which does raise the question of why they didn't disable it for this fight, but at the same time it is an optional weapon. I would understand the frustration if it was eliminated purely for the sake of gameplay. If you don't have the sword and find yourself struggling with the fight, you can goad Ganon into swiping at the environment and reveal extra consumables, which will allow you to continue damaging his tail until you've weakened him. Once he's taken enough damage, he'll recoil in pain and release his concentration on the flame barrier, allowing you to run and grab the Master Sword before rejoining the fight. This phase of the fight is the same as the first, but much faster, meaning you'll need to be extra careful when trying to move in for a strike. Continue dodging and weaving his massive cleaves, and eventually he'll stumble once more, but this time Zelda will react and pin him down with her magic. The Master Sword glows, and with one final attack from the player, Link plunges the blade into the King of Evil's head. Ganon is violently disoriented by the attack, but not dead. The Triforce of Power grants him strength beyond reason. But Zelda and the sages react quickly, opening the door to the Sacred Realm as planned, with the sages combining their power not to lure Ganon in, but create a vacuum that sucks him into the Sacred Realm and traps him there. In his final moments before he disappears, Ganondorf curses Zelda, the sages, and Link, swearing revenge. It isn't until he faces defeat, both at the top of the tower as well as his final ceiling in the Sacred Realm, that he finally refers to Link by name, a final acknowledgement of his growth and power from the fallen king. Zelda and Link appear together, standing in a beautiful endless sky. Zelda congratulates Link for his part in saving the world, and then apologizes for her role in all this. Her guilt over the lives lost and ripped apart by Ganondorf's reign still haunts her, and in this moment, she wants to start making up for some of those decisions. Link was never able to be a normal child, his life ripped away by the call of destiny, and with the Ocarina of Time, she'll be able to send Link back to his time with the Master Sword, meaning he can close off the bridge between time by plunging it back into its pedestal. He'll get to go and live out his childhood, and this damaged future can begin to rebuild. With a final, hesitant goodbye, Zelda plays her lullaby and ushers Link back to the past, where he can live out his childhood without the pressures of being a hero. And with that, the credits begin to roll. Initially, the game simply passes over the landscapes of Hyrule, showing us all the environments and landmarks we journey to across our adventure. The song is slow and melancholy, allowing us to reflect on the adventure we just went on. But as the scenes fade to black, we're brought to another scene, one that features a large, multicolored bonfire while Saria's song plays. We can see all of the denizens of Hyrule, from the largest Goron to the smallest Kokiri, are joined in celebration on Lon Lon Ranch, overjoyed at the defeat of Ganondorf and their newfound freedom. Of course, not everyone is without sadness. We see Mido and King Zora sitting silently off to the side, mourning for their lost loved ones in Saria and Ruto. But while they sit, Mido notices trails of light in the sky and watches as they float off towards Death Mountain. The trails of light eventually materialize and are revealed to be the 5 sages Link saved: Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, and Nabooru. As they look out over Hyrule, the scene once again fades, but now to another time. In the Temple of Time, Link and Navi exchange looks with each other one final time before she too leaves, floating up and away through the upper windows of the temple. Link leaves the Master Sword and the temple behind, sealing them both away until the next time they may be needed. Our final scene is a familiar one. Link enters Zelda's courtyard, and as in their first meeting, she turns with a start. But now, when the camera cuts back to Link, we can see that he still carries the Triforce of Courage with him, the one remnant of his adventure across time. As Zelda stares at the boy in shock and disbelief, the picture washes out into a sepia tone, and the game ends. Two straight Zelda games with near perfect endings. Hard enough to do it once, but the Zelda team at this point was truly on another level. Ocarina of Time's ending, emotionally, is pitch perfect. It's exciting, poignant, tragic, and a beautiful capstone to the rest of the game as a whole. Zelda's slow trailing off as she plays the final notes of her song, her inability to stare Link in the eye as he hands her the ocarina, the jubilation of the freed Hyruleans, and the sadness at those they lost, and the excitement over the possibilities now that they're once again free. Link's final goodbye to Navi has remained one of the biggest tragic moments in the series, since we never hear them say goodbye to each other, and this is by all accounts the last time they'll ever see each other. They were partners through one of the most tumultuous periods in their world's history, and the fact Link was a child as it was happening made Navi's presence all the more important to him. But with Ganon's defeat and Link proving he no longer needed protection or a guide, Navi's role as assigned by the Deku Tree was done. The period on the end of Link's arc in this game. He has grown up. completely and fully. Now, the logistics of this ending are a bit confusing for people. There are so many varied interpretations of it, and while Nintendo has their canon and fans have their own headcanon, I figure if you've made it this far into the video, you're willing to listen to my own thoughts on not only the ending, but the game's story as a whole. Ocarina of Time was, at the time of its release, a prequel to A Link to the Past. From Hyrule's geography nearly matching that of A Link to the Past, from dialogue and lore that very neatly match up, as well as things like Kakariko Village in this game being expanded, and in A Link to the Past it's much larger, combined with Castletown not existing at all in that game because it was destroyed in this game. It lines up very easily. But Link's traveling back to the past in the credits shows us that there are now two distinct timelines. One where the events of the game took place, where Ganondorf has the Triforce of Power, is sealed in the Sacred Realm, and Hyrule eventually transitions into the one we see in A Link to the Past. And this new one. This timeline is where all of the debate and scrutiny come in, because now Link is a child from the forest who has, at least, made his way from the Kokiri Forest to Castletown. The most common assumption is that he only has the Kokiri Emerald, since he doesn't have the Goron bracelet on his arm. Regardless, while he may not have the equipment he once did, he does have the knowledge and, more importantly, the Triforce of Courage. The final scene between him and Zelda is speechless, but there are many assumptions people have made over the years. The most common being that Link, with the mark of the Triforce on his hand, uses that and his knowledge of the future to indict Ganondorf before he can enact his plans. Regardless of the specifics, the game ends with two distinct and separate endpoints for both the child and future timelines. The debates and assumptions this has caused over the years, both before and after official timelines and explanations were handed out by Nintendo, have been intense to say the least. My take on it all? It doesn't matter. Okay, not in a nihilistic way. I mean, it doesn't matter because Ocarina of Time itself says it doesn't matter. Let me elaborate. Time travel as a narrative device is inherently tricky. It has been used to great effect by some of the most acclaimed and popular stories of all time. But in all of those stories, if you were to ask a fan of the work, they would be able to point to moments where the stories broke their own established rules of time travel for the sake of the narrative. And that's okay. Ocarina of Time establishes multiple rules of time travel and breaks all of them at multiple points. There's absolutely no reason to mull over that though, because the time travel in this game primarily exists to further the characters, narrative, and game design more than be any form of hard science fiction. In a world where gods, magic, and the undead exist, trying to explain how time travel works is simply a fool's errand. Ocarina of Time is a game that wants to tell the simple story about a boy growing up, a boy who experiences all of the joys and sadness that comes with it, and puts a fantasy twist on the entire experience. All of the children in this game, from the Kokiri, Malon, Goron Link, Ruto, and Zelda, have similar experiences, all with different outcomes. The Kokiri's father figure perishes suddenly and without warning. Malon is forced to endure 7 hard years of backbreaking labor on her family's ranch without her mother or father under the cruel hand of someone she thought was a friend. Goron Link lives under the constant threat of death, with his only consolation being tales of a great hero that once saved them. Ruto is entirely frozen with her people in the 7-year gap, and goes those 7 years without once seeing the boy she believed was to marry her. And Zelda, I mean, good grief, we've gone over her trauma in this game. All of these caused by one man and his selfish desires. Ganondorf in this game is the best villain the series has seen to this point. The nightmares from Link's Awakening were intriguing, but hardly characters. They had a few lines, if any, and their only goal was to perpetuate an endless dream, so they may survive, consequences be damned. Ganondorf, by contrast, has a genuine character to dissect and discuss. His origins are a bit of a mystery. The only known facts about him are that his parental figures are the witches Koume and Kotake, and that as a single male Gerudo, he was their rightful ruler. The war that occurred before the game's events have never been fully elaborated on, but we can reasonably infer Ganondorf was at least alive for said war, considering he has a receding hairline, and the war was going on while Link was a baby. The most likely assumption is that, regardless of what side the Gerudo fought on, for or against Hyrule, Ganondorf saw fit to feign subjugation to the king off of this newly united Hyrule in order to get closer to his true desire in the Triforce. As discussed earlier, Ganondorf's plan at the beginning of the game was perfect. He took advantage of everyone around him and played them perfectly, even Link, without him even knowing. Lots of people will criticize Zelda for her role in empowering Ganondorf, but there were several points where if Link had stopped to think for a moment, he might have been able to change things. One of the big ones being Ruto. Remember that letter that Link found in Lake Hylia? The one Ruto refuted ever writing at all? Well, let's use some deductive reasoning here. All of Hyrule's water flows from Zora's domain, and at the very top of that domain is the Zora Fountain. Said fountain runs directly through King Zora's legs, which... let's ignore the implications of that and simply look at the reality. The only way this letter would have reached Lake Hylia is if Ruto first had access to a bottle, pen, and paper in Lord Jabu Jabu. This is plausible, but since she's been going inside Lord Jabu Jabu since she was younger, it doesn't lend much credit to the theory. Next, the bottle would have to somehow exit Lord Jabu Jabu without Ruto, and considering there doesn't seem to be a blowhole capable of doing that, and he would only open his mouth for food... Ew. Okay, so let's pretend that happened. Next, the bottle would have to go through the King of Zora's chambers and down the waterfall. Into the pool of water we see several Zora swimming in at all times, and down the pathway that leads to Lake Hylia. Now tell me, does this seem remotely plausible? Of course not, so it raises the question, who wrote this note? It was Ganondorf. Imagine for a moment, Ganondorf has infected Lord Jabu Jabu with the express purpose of causing conflict for the Zora, just like his revival of the Dodongos impacted the Gorons. While Link was able to retrieve the Goron Ruby quite easily without fuss, Princess Ruto is the holder of the Zora Sapphire, and when Lord Jabu Jabu accidentally ate it and her, he knew he was going to have to pivot his plans a bit. The monsters infecting Lord Jabu Jabu could inadvertently kill Ruto, but if Link were to save her, surely that would earn him the Sapphire, right? Of course, he couldn't leave the note in Zora's domain, he isn't welcome there and it would be nearly impossible for him to avoid detection, so he simply left the note in the most plausible place a child would find it without asking questions, the tunnel that connects Lake Hylia to Zora's domain. What a clever dick. And of course we know of his subterfuge after he kills Zelda's father and forces her to flee, where he pretends to ignore Link by flicking him aside and then tailing him directly to the Temple of Time. It makes his triumphant laugh all the more impactful because he's played Link and Zelda like a damn fiddle this entire time. He's a crafty, manipulative, and intelligent villain who everyone knew was evil, and he still managed to win pretty decisively. This segues perfectly into the dichotomy this game sets up between Link and Ganondorf. In the two games he's appeared in before this, Ganon has hardly been a character. In the first game he didn't speak at all and was purely an obstacle to overcome. In A Link to the Past, he spoke, but was a typical mustache-twirling villain who taunted the hero at every turn. His connection to Link was tenuous at best, and it could be argued that his real beef was with Zelda and the Sage's descendants, and Link just happened to show up. This is the first time he's not just the central antagonist, but a direct foil to Link and his journey. The two are both anomalies among their people, and they weren't raised by their biological parents. Link is the only Kokiri without a fairy, ostracized and mocked for his shortcomings by his peers. Meanwhile, Ganondorf is the only male among his entire race, and thus is treated with reverence and respect from birth. Link's role in the game is to be a proactive hero, always moving first to retrieve the spiritual stones, save the sages, and eventually Hyrule. while Ganondorf is comparatively reactive. He plays the long game, setting up pieces that he knows will move on their own should he bide his time correctly. He doesn't put himself in danger unless absolutely necessary, and even when he does, he's so arrogant that he relies purely on his own power without outside help or assistance. The reason he loses at the end of the game isn't because Link was more powerful, because he wasn't. It was because Link had Zelda and the sages on his side, and all of their power combined still couldn't kill him, only seal him away. The King of Thieves title in this game for Ganondorf is not one used lightly. Evil in Ocarina of Time is shown repeatedly to come from sources who are invasive in a variety of ways, but all of them willing to take far more than necessary and upset the balance of the world. Ganondorf takes far more than just the spiritual stones and the Triforce. He takes away the safety and security of Hyrule for its many denizens. He takes the lives of so many innocents, some of whom stood in his way, but many who did not. And most tragically, he takes Link's innocence and childhood from him, and that's not something he can ever get back, no matter how much he tries. Link's ending in this title is bittersweet. He did save the world, unequivocally so, but he will never be able to lead a normal life. He's gone through a war in which he fought almost entirely alone, and that would take a toll on anyone. By the end of the adventure, at the point in time Link exists at, he's lost his father figure, his guardian has just left him, and he has no relationships he could fall back on that truly remember him as he is. Zelda is just meeting him for the first time, once again a young girl with dreams of saving the world from evil. Link is staring at eyes he knows all too well, but is being met with the gaze of a stranger. Yet, we know he wouldn't change any of this. He may not get his own happy ending, at least not one where he's celebrated or comforted as the hero of time, but the world is safe. The people he cares about are safe. Zelda is safe. That selflessness is the true courage Link displays in this game. He may have been chosen by the gods to defend Hyrule, and his skill in combat and exploration might be unparalleled, but this is what makes Link the ultimate paragon of courage: to stare impossible situations in the face and move forward ceaselessly. To fight for those who can't, regardless of the circumstance, and not care for a moment about what he gives up in the process. To understand that while he may not be able to have the ending he envisioned for himself when it was all said and done, he can take solace in the fact that everyone else is safe and free to live their own lives without fear. That is courage. That is why Link is one of the greatest, most iconic heroes in video games without ever saying a word. Ocarina of Time is a game that I have come to not only admire, but cherish so much throughout the years. Its world is simply magical, its characters so charming and iconic, the soundtrack some of the best the series has to offer, and while the graphics of both versions might have their issues in certain places, the art style endures strongly even 25 years after its original release. The game has served not only to inspire future Zelda titles, but so many other iconic video games and their mechanics. Simple ideas like Z-targeting have allowed entire genres to bloom and evolve into their own juggernauts, while others, like the storytelling and themes, push the genre forward, along with other titles like Final Fantasy and Metal Gear Solid, showing that games could be more than their simple plastic cases would lead consumers to believe. Even wilder than the influence it's had is the quality of the game itself. So many of the design decisions and choices made in the game are those that you would assume came from developers extremely versed in their craft. And while of course Nintendo was extremely familiar with video game design by this point, this was their first major 3D adventure title. The fact that every dungeon is designed so intentionally that the child dungeons have no keys, while the adult dungeons do, to emphasize the naturally occurring dungeons of the child portion, and man-made dungeons of the adult portion, and every single dungeon in the game has lore and world building tied to it that don't affect the story in any way, shows how well planned and thought out not only the dungeons were, but the world of Hyrule in general. Koholint Island might have been a unique and exciting place to discover in Link's Awakening, but Hyrule in this game has a history and culture to it that people still have questions about a quarter century later. And sure, could I find things to critique about this game? Absolutely. Some of the bosses are lame, there's too many gold Skulltulas, and the ultimate reward for them is not worth it in the slightest outside of the story and bragging rights, and text speed in the original N64 releases is ungodly slow, and some of the later game mechanics and items are a tad underbaked. But I would be a damn idiot to let those influence my opinion on this game's overall quality. If you think for a second that the ice arrows being nearly worthless is deserving of calling this game overrated or not all it's cracked up to be, then you need to reevaluate how you're thinking about video games. I can only say so much about this game because everything has been said at this point. This remains one of the most popular video games of all time for a reason, and the amount of words I've written for this script alone are barely a fraction of a percent in the bucket that is Ocarina of Time discussion. But that speaks to the level of quality, the sheer power this game had both at release when it came out and the legacy that lasts to this day. Ocarina of Time's greatest strength after all these years is that despite its age, despite time passing and people moving on to bigger and better things, it remains a timeless example of what video games are at their best. Passionate, exciting stories and worlds created to give the player the ultimate escape into a journey that makes them laugh, cry, and smile when it's all said and done. Ocarina of Time is, and will always be, one of the greatest video games ever made.
If you've watched any of my other stuff, you know that these ending bits are typically scripted, but I've written so much for this video, and after thinking on it for a good long while, I realized the best way to end this was to just be genuine and off the cuff. So first off, thank you so much for watching until the end. This video was me proving to myself, not only do I want to do this, but I can. I feel like I can. This video is obviously not perfect. I'm sure there will be errors. It's a 4-hour long video, but I have put so much time and passion and energy into this, and I really hope it shows. I really hope it does. If you got to this point, I at least feel like it was competent enough that you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it, but seriously, again, thank you a million times for making it to the end. I love doing this. I love talking with you guys in the comments about any and everything. It's great. I love video games. I love talking about video games. I love sharing this hobby with people. And I love making videos and sharing these stories. So I can't say thank you enough. It really means everything to me that you're still here listening. But I won't keep you much longer. Again, one last time, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching to the end of this video. Have yourselves a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time.